Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Monday is day 3 in the trial of a Haitian truck driver accused of slamming into 2 emergency medical technicians and killing one of them. The EMT who survived weathered intense questioning Friday in Sweetwater County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was in the courtroom for the testimony of former Carbon County EMT Tiffany Grutzmacher, who was struck and injured by a semi driven by Haitian national Saviol St. Jean.
The one surviving EMT whose colleague died and who herself was hit and back broken multiple places, skull and neck both fractured. She weathered around 2 hours of questioning on Friday from the state and then from the defense, where the defense especially was like, are you supposed to park where you parked? Are you supposed to park on the other side of the debris? She basically said that is what was in line with my employer's systems, and that is the judgment call we made.
St. Jean faces 1 count of aggravated vehicular homicide, another of aggravated assault, and a third of not merging away from emergency vehicles, and could face up to 30 years in prison plus fines if convicted. Bridger Walker says not all of his 6th grade schoolmates at Cheyenne Classical Academy are aware of the incident 5 years ago that led to an appearance with Spider-Man actor Tom Holland on a movie set and nearly yearly opportunities to hug and high-five boxing legends at the World Boxing Council. As a 6-year-old, Bridger stood in front of a charging, vicious dog and protected his then 4-year-old sister Brielle from an attack. The result was 90 stitches to his face, plastic surgeries, and, as Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports, a turning point in his young life that continues to take him places.
His family really wants to use the situation to communicate. To be a superhero doesn't mean that you have extraordinary powers, but it means kindness and other things.
There may be opportunities this year to speak at Wyoming schools as well about the superpowers that everyone has, and an action figure modeled after him may be coming in the future. When the Buffalo Bills played their season opener at home on Sunday night, the Bills Mafia got an assist from a relatively new legion of fans thousands of miles away. Many football fans in Wyoming have adopted this NFL franchise as their own in the 7 years since Josh Allen was drafted as the quarterback for the Bills. And when Cowboy State Daily's Anna Jackson attended the National Chicken Wing Festival in Buffalo last week, she witnessed firsthand the connection between the Buffalo Bills and the Wyoming Cowboys.
It's all Josh Allen. When he was drafted by the Bills, that was a big deal for the University of Wyoming and the Bills fans. At that festival, I probably saw a handful of people each day in the brown and gold of Wyoming. And I think it's kind of fun for them to mix things up and not wear the Bills gear some days. And it's always Josh Allen, obviously.
The MVP quarterback deserves the credit for ushering in a new era of Bills fans in Wyoming and beyond. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
WyoTech is not only growing its campus and student base, its reputation has taken off as well. Automotive tech grads from the Laramie-based school are coveted like star athletes, to the point that they're recruited by companies for jobs all over the country. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that WyoTech grads are making big plans for their futures and heading out to whatever new corners of the world they choose.
The amazing thing to me is these guys are all finding jobs before they graduate exactly where they want to land and exactly what they want to do. One guy's headed to a Ferrari dealership. Another guy's headed to Texas, one of the largest Cadillac dealers in the country. They're bringing hundreds of employers from all over the country to these job fairs to talk to these kids about their careers. Some of these companies fly them to their companies for tours and then get them back in time for dinner that same day. They're just kind of getting the rock star treatment.
The Career and Technical School has helped people turn the world into their very own oyster by giving students the skills and tools to dream big and plant those dreams anywhere in the world they choose. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Well, good Monday morning to you. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling into September. Reminds me of the Earth, Wind, and Fire song. September. Bridger Walker, a true superhero. We're going to catch up with that sixth grader. I can't believe he's in sixth grade already. 5 years removed from saving his little sister from the dog attack. You remember the whole thing. We're going to go back, catch up with superhero Bridger Walker. Robots herding cattle. The AI is taking everybody's job, man. It'll have my job soon. I mean, there's already AI like talking bots. But who would have ever thought that robots could be a cowboy and take that gig? David Madison has the story. Renee Jean talks about star athletes, YO Tech grads recruited for jobs. They are all the rage. We're going to meet McCready Agater. She has turned, she's turned the night gig, the side hustle, into her main hustle. McCready is a professional thrifter and has pretty good fashion sense. After all, she's worked with or for or in conjunction with a lot of top designers. We're going to talk to McCready later today. Evanston and Cody High School, just two of the high schools that have banned cell phone use in the classroom. What they found is kids become human again instead of cell phone zombies. We're going to look at hunting with Mark Hines and a whole mess of stuff. We got a busy Monday ahead of us. Here's what the weather forecast looks like. Still sunny and warm across the state, but a cooling trend coming this weekend, I think. Sunny 85 in Casper, sunny 82 in Lander. Mostly sunny at Evanston today with highs in the mid-70s. Rock Springs, you'll top out around 80 with plenty of sunshine. A little bit smoky in Pinedale. That's the fire they're dealing with down there, the Dollar Lake. Mostly sunny. The smoke will show up late afternoon in Pinedale. High 74, after 77 and sun. DuBois, mostly sunny, breezy, 74. Jackson, you'll see that smoke roll in late afternoon as well. Otherwise, sunny, 77 till then. Sunny and 86 in Thermopolis. That's pretty warm for a week into September. Cody, 83, sunshine. Buffalo, a little bit smoky in Buffalo after about 11 in the morning. Otherwise, mostly sunny. 80 Sheridan, 85 with widespread haze. Smoke in Gillette, probably showing up about 1 p.m. 83, the high. Newcastle 84, smoky. Clouds on the increase in Torrington with highs near 90. Mostly sunny 86 in Wheatland. Cheyenne, state capital, mostly sunny, highs 81. Laramie 75, clouds on the increase today. And mostly sunny 77 in Rawlins. Boy, I would love if Greg can come on today. Greg's been super busy. Greg Johnson, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily, and it's fun to talk football with him. Mondays just aren't the same without a chat with Greg. I mean, he can talk about his donkeys. Broncos looked kind of mid. Bo Nix, he's your future superstar quarterback, franchise quarterback. He looked very average. Meanwhile, Josh Allen in the second half of that game last night just had to put on the cape and say, let's go, boys. Man, I can't believe that Bills defense, I admit, is terrible. But the offense, Bills are going to score some points this year. Fun game last night, Sunday night. Cowboys get a big win. Wyoming Cowboys we're talking about, not Dallas. UW. Big win at home. Oh, the brown and gold. Laradice never looked better. Beautiful day for football, and we took it to Northern Iowa. The Panthers didn't know what they were in for. UW with a big win. Darkened a little bit by an injury to quarterback Caden Anderson. We'll have to see if he's good to go next week, as he was taken out of the game, upper body injury, all we heard. What was the final of that game? Pretty lopsided win for the Cowboys. And again, the Pokes defense is pretty good, surrendering just a single touchdown. So now in 2 games, Cowboys are giving up just 7 points. 31-7 the final in that one. All right. Yeah, that's good news. Yeah, Mark Hines talk about hunting. Old timers say the Wyoming hunting is no longer what it used to be. And there are a couple reasons. One, everybody wants to hunt here now. And it's only going to get worse because of the interwebs. Oh, the cat's brother is here. Or else it's a raccoon. Is that your brother out there? Yeah. So, yeah, the continuing saga of the studio cat that is a barn cat that's not my cat. That's not my cat. He thinks he is, and he's got a look-alike brother. From a distance, you couldn't tell them apart. They both come from a barn, from a ranch across the highway over yonder. And one has decided he didn't like the ranch life, the barn life. And last year, about this time, we're on a calendar year now, he just roamed over to where I'm at in Studio Central here, Cowboy State Daily Studio Central. He just showed up one day. That's how everybody gets their cats, right? Have you ever seen the meme on the interwebs? It says, dog owners, you got your dog after 2 years of painstaking research and 1 year of being on a waiting list, and you finally got your designer dog 3 years later after picking him out. Cat owners, you found your cat in the garbage. That's so literally true. Your cat just... Hardly anybody goes to the shelter to pick out a cat. I'll take that one. He looks fantastic. The cat finds you. And you accidentally feed it for 2 days in a row, and bam, you've got a cat. That's your cat. That's how we got this one. But he's got a brother that from a distance they look identical. But then when you get closer up, you can see the brother has extra toes on his front feet. He's got big old club feet. And he's also cross-eyed. So this is a brother that in the womb was deprived of proper nutrients, probably. Yeah, this is his derelict brother, and he's outside making noise. And I'm resisting feeding him. I don't need two cats. Anyway, hunting, Mark Hines. Story of the Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming old-timers say hunting ain't what it used to be. And hunters of a certain age in Wyoming wax nostalgic for those simpler days pre-internet and pre-everybody coming here. And pre-game and fish and their regulations. Not, I sometimes I'm hard on game and fish for some of the things they do, but what else are you going to do with hunting? You got to regulate it. It is a key component, one of the only components of wildlife management. So yeah, there's going to be some game and fish red tape that you got to work through. But hunting is not what it used to be in Wyoming because everybody wants to hunt here. And it's only going to get worse because hunting elsewhere in the United States sucks. Who wants to hunt in Texas where you hunt online with a rifle set up in a bunker at a game farm, at a game preserve? That's where we're at with hunting. This is the challenges of hunting today. If you want to hunt in Texas, because there's no public land, it's like 90-something% private land. Texas is all owned by oil barons and other barons. And there's nowhere to hunt, and there's no animals left in Texas. So they set up game preserves where you hunt, and you could take a trip there. But why waste the plane ticket? You can shoot them from your apartment in Portland, Maine. Shoot deer. Yeah, they have online game preserve hunt. I mean, is there a lazier way to hunt? Some dude in his high-rise condo in the Bronx can be hunting. He can get a text saying, "Oh, don't bother me now. I'm stalking this game." What do you mean you're stalking game? I thought you were taking the day off and you're in your apartment. Yeah, I'm hunting online, Texas. And you actually fire the rifle. You do everything but field dress the animal. Or get dressed yourself. No need to wear camo. So, yeah, it's no wonder people want to come to Wyoming to hunt because we actually have animals and it actually is hunting. Like it might have been 100 years, 200, 300 years ago. But it's slowly eroding a little bit. It's not what it used to be. Nowadays, hunters of a certain age might remember the great days of hunting, but hunters now must plow through online page after page of digital regulations, just trying to figure out which tags to apply for. Yes, the process of getting a hunting tag has become complicated with game and fish. Getting access to private landowners' land in Wyoming is a lot tougher. It used to be in the old days, you just showed up and wearing orange and you asked the ranch owner, could I hunt elk on your land? And the ranch owner usually was more than happy to say, yeah, because hunters were respectful and they probably had problem with too many elk eating all their third cut hay that they wanted to put up for their cattle or their horses. So yeah, now landowners much more selective about who they let on, and public hunting places have become overrun. Mark Hines says mobbed with people. 84-year-old Dan Kinnaman, Riverton, has seen changes on the hunting scene For years, he was an outfitter in the Du Bois area. And he said he doesn't like going up there to hunt anymore. He said it's changed too much from his perspective for the worst. Dan said, I used to do all my hunting with horses. Now you go out there and it's all side-by-sides, ATVs, and they're bumper to bumper. Oh, that's sad. Just a lot more hunters there now. A lot more, Kinnaman said. He hasn't given up on hunting, but you're more likely to find him dove hunting up there in Riverton rather than chasing wapiti and Du Bois. Northeast Wyoming resident Joe Sandrini has seen changes as well over the years. He was a game warden and biologist from 1992 to 2024, so he's perfectly situated over 2 decades to see how things have changed. 3 decades. I got to work on my math. And he said it's understandable hunters get frustrated. Lack of hunting access, complexity of regulations, and tag applications are 2 main reasons why it's difficult to retain the hunters we have or recruit new ones. And then finally, it's just the crush of people who have discovered Wyoming. ATVs are everywhere. ATVs changed everything, said Carl Braunas of Lander, famed hunting legend. He said many these four-wheelers have changed the game. We get complaints all the time. E-bikes going to be another issue. And then mainly it's just Wyoming is no longer the best kept secret as far as hunting. Kinnaman, who we mentioned before, said Wyoming has been discovered as a hunting destination. Yeah, I mean, people hunted here back in the early 1900s. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt wasn't the first to come here and enjoy the hunting. We've had hunters, but not like this. There's a lot of non-residents running around out there now, Kinnaman said. Used to be, it was mostly locals, he said, but now guys are putting up their hunt videos on YouTube. That gets people excited. There's a lot more information about hunting in Wyoming, a lot more pressure to come hunt in Wyoming, and not everybody wants to do it. Hunting, not what it used to be. Mark Hines' story, the Cowboy State Daily. And yeah, I've noticed that myself. Let's take our first break, see if we can coax Greg Johnson here since it's a Monday after football. That should be an incentive, shouldn't it? Coming right back, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
All right, we're 8 days into September, so it's officially okay to do pumpkin spice whatever. I mean, every season coming out of summer, Starbucks and the whole lot of them jumped the gun on the pumpkin spice thing. Like pumpkin spice in July? Back off. Pump your brakes a little. Come on. It's officially fall when we start playing football for real, meaningful football games, college football. All right, now, Starbucks, you can start with your pumpkin spice lattes. A little early for Halloween decorations in the department store? Probably. But they're out there. Oh, I do want to talk about that Phillies Karen, the Philadelphia Phillies Karen fan. Oh, man, this is now the second time somebody's been caught on video in an uncompromising position. Even if you're not a baseball fan, you've seen this video, right? The Philadelphia Phillies fan, the Karen, complete with the Karen haircut. And she comes unglued, chasing a home run ball. Go check that out on the interwebs. We're going to talk about her. She's been misidentified. I'm pretty sure we're still looking for who she is, but she's caught on video basically taking a baseball souvenir from a kid, just getting in the face of the kid's dad, insisting it was her ball. That's my home run ball. Although she never touched it. I'm not sure what her legal argument was, but the argument won over the dad. He's like, all right, lady, take the ball. Back off. And a whole bunch of people, it's on video, and the internet mistakenly identified this other woman. So we still don't know who this Phillies Karen is. But you do not want to meet her at a baseball game or anywhere else. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that. First, let's talk about Thermopolis, Wyoming. Have you ever been to Thermopolis, the hot springs capital of Wyo? Thermopolis also bills itself as the world's largest mineral hot springs. Is that true? Andrew Rossi looked into it. It's written on a giant butte That's called Monument Hill, by the way. When you roll into Thermopolis, you can't miss it. One of the first things you see is Monument Butte, and written on it, similar to the way some towns write their town name up there. I don't know. Do they bleach the rocks on them? I don't know how you do that. There's a story idea. How do the towns that have, and is it just a Wyoming thing? I got to write that down. That's a brilliant story idea because it has so many questions. Don't you want to know the answers to that? I don't know if they do that outside of Wyoming. I can't remember. I mean, I've been in Wyoming so long, I'm practically a native. I don't even know what you call those things because I'm going to write a note to myself to remember. I'm going to like town white on a hillside. I'm never going to remember what that means. But when a town, the town name Thermopolis, or Thermopolis too long to spell. You need a huge butte to put Thermopolis up there. But a little bitty town like Baggs, Wyoming, or Short Name Town, and you see it it's emblazoned in white on some hillside overlooking the town. The town is proud of its name. How do they do that? Like, what are the mechanics of it? Are you painting? I mean, you can't be painting the dirt. It would blow away. It would be up there for like 5 minutes in Wyoming, and it'd be gone. Your town would be over there in the next town after you wrote it out. Is it rocks? Are they bleaching the rock? I'm trying to look at this one. World's largest mineral hot spring. That's the claim. When you come into Thermopolis, it's right up there on the Monument Hill. Yeah, so note to self, how do towns do that? Emblazon in white these slope sides. How do they do that? Who does it? How? It's a lot of white paint. And is that a thing in Montana? Is that a thing in Virginia? Florida? Florida doesn't even have any mountains or hills. But do they do that elsewhere? Or is that just a Western thing? Is it just a Wyoming thing? That's a Jack Candy thought. Text me if you think you know. 307-999-TALK. Anytime you want to get on the show and offer some input. 307. We only have one area code in Wyoming and probably will for quite some time. I think we're estimated to not need another area code until the year 8,521. By then, Yellowstone will blow up. It actually won't blow up. It'll just ooze lava at us, as Andrew Rossi points out today. 307-999-TALK, 999-8255. Text me if you think you know how towns put their name up there in white on a hillside and whether we do it anywhere else other than Wyoming or the American West, the great American West. Let me know. This story from Andrew Rossi. It's an enticing invitation to visit Hot Springs State Park, soak in the therapeutic mineral waters, and visit the Big Spring in Thermopolis, which was once measured as the world's largest hot spring. Is that true? Was it ever the world's largest? And is it now, today, anymore? The Big Spring in Thermopolis has a history of ebbing and flowing, various volumes over the years. Its discharge first measured in 1900. And geologists then placed it among the world's largest mineral hot springs, but the claim, the largest in the world, not as accurate today as it used to be. That's because of the decline in water levels, sheer volume of water. If that's how we're going to measure it, the Big Spring Chris DeLay, superintendent of Hot Springs State Park, said the big spring is still the main source of water for the bathhouse. It still sends water over the boardwalks to the terraces, but it's a fraction of what it was in 1900. So the claim may have been made in 1900. The Hot Springs State Park, by the way, was created just 3 years prior to the measurement of that water, 1897. By 3 years later, the marketing light bulb went on, ching, and people in Thermopolis said, let's call it the world's largest mineral hot spring. Prove us wrong. The discharge was measured in 1900, and they said, yeah, there's no hot spring any bigger. Mark Fisher, retired geologist and contributor to the website Geology of Wyoming, said, if you're measuring water volume, which can be difficult, do you include one spring or all the springs in a complex? If you did that, if you added all these springs and called them all one thing, you would get a much higher volume, obviously, said Mark Fisher. So maybe it's true that in Thermopolis, the big spring is the world's largest mineral hot spring, discharging in 1900 about 12,500 gallons per minute. That's an enormous amount of water, Fisher said. It sure is. If you dig a well today, if you live on well water, your well is measured in quality by how many gallons a minute you can get out of the ground, and something like 12,500 would be unheard of. That's like drinking from a fire hydrant. So that certainly would put the big spring up there among the best. Today's gallons per minute, much less. In fact, by 1926, the measured discharge of the big spring was down to 2,778 gallons per minute. So big drop from 12,500 to 2,007. That's a 6-time drop in just 20 years. So, yeah, a lot less than it used to be. Maybe in 1900 when they started advertising that the big spring in Thermopolis was the world's largest mineral spring. That may have been true in 1900, but by 1926 and by 2026, next year, is it true anymore? Andrew Rossi speculates on that. Andrew's still all about subterranean thermal activity and talks about Yellowstone in another story. Good news. Yellowstone's next major supervolcano eruption, the one that we're all waiting on, the one that'll be a life ender. It'll be an extermination event, perhaps. Certainly anybody in Wyoming is going to be wiped off the map, and you're going to go quickly. At least that's what we were promised, right? Like when the big volcano blows and the supervolcano in Yellowstone that created that caldera, that it's gigantic, and we only have a estimate. Scientists are only able to estimate what that must have been like, that supervolcano. That was about, 680,000 years ago, give or take a few 10,000 years. And scientists say, it's amazing how much scientists know from things that happened long before their grandfather's time. Scientists are pretty sure that Yellowstone supervolcano blows on average, almost as regularly as Old Faithful, about every 680,000 years. So in other words, we're due any day now for the next supervolcano eruption of Yellowstone. And it's been endless fodder for tabloid magazines. It's the reason UK male exists today just to write a story every year saying scientists believe this could be the year Yellowstone blows its top. Yellowstone percolating. Could this be the big one? You know, stuff like that. Andrew Rossi says, if it is the big one, and he says good news, I don't know about that. Good news, scientists say the next time the supervolcano in Yellowstone erupts, it won't be a humanity-ending explosion. Instead, it's going to be a slow, torturous death for those of us in Cody, West Yellowstone, and Moran, Wyoming. Massive lava flow of superheated ooze. That's what we're going to be looking at. Wasn't that delightful? That's according to, the guy we talk to every time we go to Yellowstone and wonder if something's happening underground. Mike Poland, scientist in charge of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, said, lava flow is the most likely form of any future activity. Mike made this disclosure to Andrew Rossi. I don't know if this is revelational. We all assume the next supervolcano explosion from Yellowstone will be like boom. Scientists say that the last time Yellowstone blew supervolcano, some 680,000 years ago, the supervolcano that created the caldera currently in Yellowstone, that explosion was so powerful, so big, so loud, so massive that it made Krakatoa look like a firecracker. Krakatoa was a huge volcano that we actually have measurable data from. And that thing created, through particulate in the air, created its own weather. It altered weather for the next year on Earth. There was a measurable decline in sunshine, and days were colder. Krakatoa was for real. You could hear that thing blow. And where was that? Is it in Japan? You could hear it almost around the world. Krakatoa eruption, 1883. It's in the Sunday Strait. Where is that? Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia. Okay, when that thing went off, you could hear that for almost around the globe. And then the weather was changed almost around the globe. 1883. It's the reason the winter of 83, 84 was noticeably colder, cooling the entire Earth by an average of 0.6 Celsius. That's a lot. 36,000 died. So imagine that. And that would be like a little bitty sparkler, little bitty firecracker compared to what scientists say Yellowstone must have been like when it blew its biggest supervolcano 680,000 years ago, sending rhyolite lava flow all over the place. But the next time it goes off, Mike Poland is assuring it won't be one of those big bang explosions. It'll be slow oozing of lava. I mean, the one solace we all take in Wyoming from Yellowstone, maybe the impending explosion any day now, is we'll be gone so quickly we won't have to worry about it. Now Mike Poland tells us that we will have to outrun lava oozing. That seems worse. That seems like a science fiction movie. The day after tomorrow, Yellowstone ooze coming at you, and you get in the station wagon and drive as fast as you can with the family, see if you can outrun that lava. They do it in Hawaii. Well, that is news. Andrew Rossi taking a look at the mineral hot water activity in Thermopolis, where we asked the question, how do the towns put their white name up there on a hillside? How do they do it? Is it paint? Is it bleach? And then Yellowstone supervolcano. When it goes, don't worry, it won't be a big explosion. It'll just be a slow, oozing death. On that note, let's take a break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Getting back at it here at a Monday and just kind of chill here early. I don't want to get myself too worked up into a Karen state. Philadelphia sports fans continue to live down to their low reputation. So disgusting. Sorry if you're a fan of the Eagles or the Phillies or anybody else who does their sports job in Philadelphia. You might be the city of brotherly love, but none of that can be found at a sporting event in Philadelphia. Worst fans ever. This couple has ambitious plans to put Aladdin on the map. There's not much to Aladdin. It's almost a ghost town. Kyle Mead and Julia Akitsu purchased and are restoring Liberty Bell Lodge in Aladdin, Wyoming. Population, hold your breath, 15. And that's on a good day. That's if everybody is home. 15. Aladdin, Wyoming. It's right there on the border of South Dakota. If successful, if they get this Liberty Bell Lodge up and running and humming again, it used to be something. If successful, it'll double the town's businesses on the main drag, Wyoming 24, from 1 to 2. There's not much happening in Aladdin, Wyoming. Kyle Mead says he'll never forget the time he pulled into a restaurant in Belle Fourche, South Dakota, and somebody straight away asked his girlfriend, Julia, where he could buy some fentanyl. Oh, man. Yeah, I hope we keep that stuff out of Wyoming there in the Badlands. I mean, that gives bad and that puts the bad in Badlands. It's getting methy. It's getting fentanyl-y. It's getting druggy in Rapid City and Sturgis, and it's creeping into Wyoming in the Badlands there in northeast Wyoming. Don't need it, man. We don't need it. So that was disturbing. And then, their hometown, Kyle and Julia, come from a suburb of Seattle where they said it got kind of bad. People shooting each other, gang-related violence in Washington State and Seattle. I would not have thought of Seattle, Washington as being particularly crime-ridden. It wasn't on Trump's list to send federal troops in. He's got his eye on Chicago, Washington, D.C., New York. Baltimore is a really bad city as far as crimey. But Mead and Akitsu said, yeah, their life in South Seattle, I forget the name of the subdivision. It's basically Seattle sprawl. They said they would hear someone was shot every night. They would hear gunshots. So they wanted to get out of there and come to Wyoming. Good for you. They said shootings seem to happen almost nightly in Orting, Washington. Orting, which is kind of South Seattle. And he said, yeah, it was gang activity everywhere. People shooting. They wanted to get out of there. So they go to, what an about face. You go from Seattle to Aladdin. Population 15. And they purchased a kind of run-down lodge. In fact, they said it was in rough shape when they bought it. Liberty Bell Lodge. It's right next to Aladdin General Store, which Aladdin General Store is, I don't know if it's on the Registry of Historic Places, but it should be. That's a legit cool old place. And I think they just recently lost their post office there. This is the decline that Aladdin is in when the federal government strips you of your post office saying, you don't use this enough anymore, and they take it away, then you know you're you're on your last breath. I think they took it out. Maybe not. But Aladdin, it's everything Aladdin. It's the Aladdin General Store, built in 1896 by Amos Robinson. And it houses a gas station, a store. It used to be and pretty much is still a train depot. There's a barber shop there and a post office. It's everything in Aladdin that you could ever want. All 15 people in Aladdin might be there on one particular Saturday morning. Maybe you're all there right now. And right next door is The Liberty Bell Lodge. It's seen better days, but it's on the upswing. This family, they got a kid here, Julia, Kyle, and their son purchased the lodge, and they're fixing it up. They said it took 3 weeks just to get one room ready to go, ready to rent in the lodge. The restaurant, that might be down the road a little bit, but they're getting there. They're trying to restore Liberty Bell Lodge. It's going to take some time. They said when they bought it, it was in such rough shape. Some of the doors of the rooms at the lodge were left open for like years. And the pipes broke, and yeah, it was in rugged shape. Looking at it now, though, they've done a lot of great work with it. And it looks like it's not, the restaurant not yet open, but that's in the future plans. And the rooms, I'm looking at some of the rooms, the outside, there's the inside. I mean, just pretty basic, but they've fixed it up. That's rentable. But are people going to stop in Aladdin anymore? The restaurant used to be pretty popular as people made their way through town on Highway 24. Aladdin's just always going to be a way through town, a place to stop and fuel up. But if you can convince people to stop, fuel up, have a meal, and then go to sleep there, suddenly Aladdin's popular again. You would think. Renee Jean has a story about that. Wyotech, we've talked to them. We talked to the guy running the operation. We talked to one of the Kenworth truck techs. Everybody we've talked to about Wyotech says this is a really unique trade school where the students are learning hands-on how to fix diesel engines, for one thing. That's primarily what's happening. And the job is so in demand. A diesel technician, automotive, just automotive in general. The jobs are so in demand. Renee Jean points out that long before they graduate, these students can basically call their shot. They can decide where to go and where to work and for how much. Wyotech grads making big plans for their futures long before they even put on the cap and gown. Job opportunities for these graduates so plentiful they can practically push a pin into a map, picking where they want to go regardless of where it is. That's Renee Jean writing that. She talked to Ethan Argenbrandt from Texas, for instance. He has offers in Texas, Oklahoma with FedEx. They can't wait to hire him. He said, I'm still deciding which job I want to take, but all the offers have been amazing. Dang. Chance Wellborn, he's from Tennessee, finishing up his Wyotech experience. And when he gets out, he's already made up his mind. He's going to work for Sewell Cadillac in the heart of Dallas, Texas. That job's waiting for him 2 weeks from now. He'll spend 6 months in high-level training of the dealership, which is among the largest Cadillac dealerships in the nation. When he completes class, he's going to start at $35 an hour. Who knows what he'll be making in another year. But yeah, all these kids, most of these techs, they're being recruited like star athletes, Renee Jean says. Like a college athlete would be courted, scouted by a professional baseball or football team. I mean, these kids are being looked at by companies, courted by the companies, flown to their job sites, and then flown back to school, wined and dined. They're being courted by corporations who can't wait to hire them. Wyotech, you can't tell me that it isn't working. What a great idea. And what a trade school. Like star athletes, Wyotech grads recruited for jobs all over the country. It's Renee Jean's story in the Cowboy State Daily today. Tons of stuff happened over the weekend, and we're just trying to get down through them as Monday progresses here. It's September 8th, and we got a lot of special guests today, this Monday, and a lot more going on. A lot of stories. We'll get to this day in history, which included some crazy things. You won't believe what happened this day in history, September 8th. And we're living in this day in history, September 8th. What new memories will we create today? I don't know. Still coming, will they save the pump house in Cheyenne? And the Casper teen who said he wanted to gut that dude gets life in prison. He's only 16 years old. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Aspen Alley in the Sierra Madre Mountains of southern Wyoming isn't what it once was, and in 2025, it looks worse than ever. Dennis Fairber, owner of the Aspen Alley Ranch, is fully aware that the iconic grove of aspen trees lining the road, one of the most beautiful autumn spots in Wyoming, is barely a shadow of its former glory. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Fairber has spent the last few months working to revitalize and renew the famous scenic lane.
When the current ranch owner bought it, a lot of the trees were diseased and dying, and so he made the choice that in order to ensure that there was a future for Aspen Alley, the present would have to suffer, which meant that a lot of the trees have been torn down and ground up, and their remains, if you will, scattered across the ground, because that's what's been proven to help new aspen shoots grow and thrive, and there already are new aspen trees growing.
Aspen Alley reached the heights of its former grandeur after 80 years of growth, and while experts are confident that future generations will savor the fruits of their labor, current generations won't miss out either. The future of ranching might rumble across Wyoming's sagebrush on tank tracks equipped with cameras and sensors instead of spurs and ropes. At Mississippi State University, researchers have been testing a 4-foot by 4-foot robotic platform called the Warthog that can herd cattle with surprising effectiveness. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the results from the trials suggest that autonomous herding technology could soon supplement traditional cowboys and sheep herders.
In the Cowboy State, it gets people's attention when you talk about the robots coming for their jobs. There's no proof that that's happening yet, but you could say that we're in the research phase. Mississippi State University has tested the Warthog, this all-terrain vehicle, has wheels that can move around a pasture. Now, of course, cowboys are going to tell you there's no replacement for a man on a horse.
The concept isn't confined to American research labs. In Australia, researchers at the University of Sydney have developed Swagbot, an AI-powered robot that has shown promising results in cattle management. Wheatland beekeeper Pete Herman is still reeling from an attack that struck in the dead of night. A neighbor informed Herman that their dogs began barking and howling loudly around 11 p.m. Sunday for seemingly no reason. In the morning, Herman visited his bees to discover 2 of the 4 hives had been torn open and gutted of their precious honey by a bear. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker witnessed the devastation.
I talked to this beekeeper who said he's since put up an electric fence around the beehives to deter from future bear attacks. However, bears are very persistent in trying to get their honey and will do anything they can to get at honey. They'll fight through electric shocks, they'll fight through a swarm of angry bees. So even with these precautions up, there's still about a 50-50 chance that the bear could return.
The attack caused about $1,200 worth of damage and set Herman back about a year's worth of beekeeping time. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
3 years after rising country music star Luke Bell died, more than 24 of the promising Wyoming country artist's songs are being released to benefit those who struggle with the same depression and darkness that claimed him at the age of 32. Carol Bell, the Cody singer-songwriter's mother, told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck that proceeds from her son's official sophomore album, The King is Back, will go to the Luke Bell Memorial Affordable Counseling Program that offers mental health counseling to those who can't afford it.
In talking with Luke Bell's mom, Carol, she told me that she was really surprised that there were that many songs out there that hadn't really been released. And they found 28 recordings, but they put them in a new double album. It's going to be vinyl, and it's going to be released November 7th. They've released the first song from that.
The title song, The King is Back, features a hard-driving beat, toe-tapping electric and steel guitars, and lyrics maybe meant as a prophecy for what was and could have been if he had overcome his inner demons. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalizing.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence. Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree. I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Monday. Rob Wallace is here first thing this hour, and that's good news. Rob Wallace, good morning. How's your Monday going so far?
That's great, Jake. And how are you doing?
It's Monday.
Looks like we lost a little smoke today from up here in Teton County, which is a good sign.
Yeah, a little bit of rain. I was up. I was DJing a wedding up at the top of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort at Rendezvous Mountain. I don't know what the elevation. I mean, that's top of the world, basically. And that was Saturday. And you pay for that view if you're a wedding or if you're up there. And it was smoked out. Oh, my goodness. The smoke in the valley from the Dollar Lake fire and other fires was bad, but then a little bit of rain yesterday, and that helped knock it down, didn't it?
It did. I think we were fortunate compared to other summers that it wasn't as bad as it's been.
Yeah,
2 or 3 years ago. So
yeah, and
some silver lining, I guess.
Right, and somebody asked me. They said, "Is this normal?" And late August, September, it's like this is kind of the new normal. Every other year or every so often. Last year we kind of dodged it, but yeah, you never know. Late August, September, whether you're going to get that view of the Tetons. Sometimes you'll be smoked out, and that's kind of where we are. That's a whole complex issue when we're talking about wildfire management, but we are on that topic, sort of. We're talking about conservation, and Rob Wallace, by the way, oversaw the National Park Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service during President Trump's first administration. I wonder if you can compare what's going on with public lands in that first Trump term and then just viewing it now in Trump 2. Has there been a marked change? Has there been a drastic change? We're possibly in a sagebrush rebellion 2 here when it comes to public land, federal land, and who wants it. How do you compare the way federal lands are being managed in your first term with Trump and what you see now in Trump 2?
Well, that's a great question. The public lands issue had a spotlight on it about a month ago when there was a proposal by Senator Lee of Utah to sell some public lands off. And it created this groundswell, not only in Wyoming, but around the country about a lot of people didn't think that was a very good idea. And especially didn't like the idea that members of Congress were making decisions on people's public lands without the people involved in the decisions. So I don't know that was what I would say part of the Trump administration. It was just an issue that came up during the second Trump administration, and it was a third rail for a lot of people, and that's fortunately subsided now. So I think the main issue is, do the federal managers have the resources they need to manage the lands effectively? At least here in Wyoming, I think I know, talking to the superintendents of Yellowstone and Grand Teton, they're doing pretty well in terms of having the resources they need to manage this swell of visitation.
Yeah, when it comes to superintendents, Grand Teton and Yellowstone, Chip Jenkins was just, we'll get to some of his quotes about a meeting the other day, and Cam Shawley in Yellowstone. I mean, with less and less money, they're trying to do more and more with that visitation, and they're hanging in there. Do you think, Rob, we're going to get to a reason why Rob Wallace is on the show this morning, because big congrats are in order. But one more thing, Rob, do you think that Senator Lee deal that was tucked into the big, beautiful bill, there might have been some, sneakiness to sticking it in there the way it happened? Senator Lee may have had a Utah-only agenda regarding it. But do you think if we got past all the distaste people had about it, is there some merit to, there's probably some federal land, like some BLM parcels, that would do better in state hands or someone else's hands?
I think the problem with the Lee language is nobody knew what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
Were they involving parks, wildlife refuges, wilderness areas, forest areas? And the more the anger swelled around the country, the more he tried to narrow the focus and explain what he proposed to do. But let's look at Las Vegas, for example. Without a doubt, they are landlocked with BLM land, and they had a standalone legislation years ago that enabled them to buy land from the BLM around Las Vegas, with proceeds going back into park and recreation. So yes, I think there's a legitimate reason for a rifle shop. If Kemmer or down in Sweetwater County needs to look at land for expansion, well, then do a site-specific bill, so people are confident that it's just for that particular use, and it's not going to be spread like wildfire. Pardon the pun, but
yes. Appropriate or inappropriate? Yes.
Very appropriate.
Right. Rob Wallace, so how surprised were you? I shouldn't be a surprise from your body of work regarding conservation, and maybe a spark ignited there from grandfather. We'll talk about that. But the 15th annual Murray Spirit of Conservation Award, presented by the Teton Science School. You and Amy McCarthy took home whatever the honors are, a medal, a plaque, or something. You were recognized for your work in conservation, whether it's, you're a founding member of the Grand Teton National Park Foundation, your work behind the scenes or in front of the scenes with the Kelly parcel, whatever it is, you've been doing a lot for conservation. It's important to you. Were you surprised to find out somebody recognized that?
I was surprised. It was quite a surprise when I had lunch with Wayne Turner, the executive director of the Teton Science School, about 2 months ago, and he said, "Hey, we'd like to present you this award," and I was quite honored. But you're also at a point where people are thinking about, let's give them a lifetime achievement award, and you think, wait, it's not a memorial. I still want to keep going, but that was the only downside. But it was quite an honor. Yes.
That is kind of weird when they've written the last chapter, they put a period on the sentence, and you're like, wait a minute, I might have some good in me yet. Let's talk about George Brimmer. Take me back to his days. This is, I think, the man who inspired you. He went to college at Columbia U. You may have heard of it. And it was there that he saw Central Park, which is the greatest idea New York City has ever had, to maintain a city park. And this is not just a little one-block park. This is, I mean, coyotes roam in this thing, Rob. That was that inspiration to say, you know what, there's going to be a time when urban places need a little piece of country living.
I think that's exactly right. My grandfather came to Wyoming in 1903, and he had graduated, as you mentioned, from Columbia University in New York. And he knew that there was a great sort of public park movement that he saw all over the East Coast. And when he arrived here, Wyoming was just by that time 13 years old. And so they were thinking about lots of other things other than beautification projects around the state. But he agreed in 1932 to chair a commission that was put together by the governor to find ways to celebrate George Washington's 200th birthday. And out of that came the Washington Parks Initiative, which went to all of the communities in Wyoming and talked to them about, let's put something together to celebrate Washington's birthday. And out of that, there are Washington parks all over Wyoming right now. In fact, there's probably not a public park in any community that doesn't somehow tie itself back to 1932 and the Washington Parks Commission, including our town square here in Jackson, which is a Washington Parks product.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that's its official name. We just call it the town square, but yeah.
Right. But it served its purpose. Millions of people come through that a year, and it gives them a chance to get out of their car and go sit in a public place, walk across the street, buy a cup of coffee. It worked.
Yeah, early 1900s Wyoming, you wouldn't think you would need to set aside wilderness. It was all wilderness. We needed to cut down some trees and build stuff, but that's great foresight. That's fantastic. Hey, so tell me how you caught the bug. I mean, grandfather set an example. I think your early experience as a park ranger for 4 years, you watched firsthand how people became inspired by place, by when they saw parks, when they saw a wilderness of Wyoming in the West. You saw it, but you also saw from a distance how policy was set from Washington, D.C. So you were in a unique position. And so did you think, wow, I want to be one of those guys who sets policy? Because maybe you saw there's too much distance between D.C. and Washington and Wyoming. Maybe I can do things better. But were you inspired then, that early years as a park ranger and watching policy get set and thinking, I could do that?
Well, I never thought I could do it, but I was curious to try.
Yeah.
And during my time here as a park ranger in Grand Teton, you see a lot of dignitaries come through, including presidents of the United States, cabinet secretaries, members of Congress, governors, officials. And just as like a GS4 sitting there watching this, you're curious, how do these people come up with the ideas that they come up with, and how do you drive public policy on, in my particular interest, it was the national parks, but it could have been Forest Service, BLM. And out of that, through a series of quirky circumstances, I wound up in Washington working for a Wyoming senator, and that had a chance to have a front row seat to a lot of consequential things over my career.
Rob, what do you think, if you had to speculate, the next lifetime achievement award you receive from wherever? What's going to be the next chapter? What are the big challenges facing conservation movement? Big challenges facing federal government, and how might you be involved? What's next?
Well, that's a great question. I don't know if it's specifically how I would be involved, but I saw in the Cowboy State Daily the number of legacy ranches, for example, that are coming on the market.
Yeah.
What does that mean for my children down the road? We always had a neighborly relationship with the ranchers down in Evanston, where you could hunt and fish, and you would see them at the grocery store, and they would welcome you. Sometimes they'd make you buck bales for access to fishing. But is that going to change over the years? And what does that do to our migratory patterns for our wildlife? So I think one of the most important things we as a state need to think about is how are our wildlife, how will they continue to move back and forth between summer and wintering grounds? And that's a problem that affects us here in Teton County and people down in Rawlins and Rock Springs. And I hope that's one of the great sort of pushes that private-public partners work on in the next generation, because it's very crucial.
Yeah, UW's research into the great migration of mule deer, pronghorn elk from Red Desert to Yellowstone, that's huge, and it's being bifurcated by highways. The grizzly bear is not going to be fully recovered until its DNA is truly shared throughout the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. Can that even be possible? And Rob, you bring up a good point. These large landowners, these ranchers, legacy ranchers, have been stewards of the land. And whether they knew it or not, or we recognized it or not, they've done a heck of a job. Now, what happens when they sell? What happens to that land? It could be the next big question. You're right.
I tell excuse me, Jake. I tell the story sometimes when I speak about a guy I knew over in Eastern Wyoming named Tex Gary, who was hired by the Smithsonian to do an oral history on those old cowboys in the Powder River Basin.
Yeah,
and it goes back to the ethics of the land. He was trying to capture their stories before they passed away. They used to ride in the 40s and 50s to Mexico and then turn around and ride back. And he was trying to catch their stories.
Yeah.
And I asked him one time, Tex, what's going on there? And he said, it's interesting, Rob. He said, there's a lot of Zen Buddhists out there on horseback that think they're Presbyterian. But it goes to the ethics of the land with people in Wyoming. It's in all of us, and we ought to pay attention to these emerging trends that are happening, because it's going to change.
Yeah. Yeah, that time before the wire, time before fences, you could point your horse in any direction and ride to you and the horse were wore out. I would love to see those days come back, but it's got to be some kind of compromise. We can't ever get back there again, but conservation efforts are acknowledge that was a great time. And if we don't preserve some of it, a piece of it, it'll all be gone, and we'll all be one big city. We don't want that. Rob Wallace, from your work with the Kelly Parcel to Grand Teton National Park Foundation and working in Trump 1 administration, yeah, you deserve awards. More awards. The Murray Spirit of Conservation Award presented by the Teton Science School to this guy, Rob Wallace. He's made it a lifetime of work, and the lifetime's not over yet, right, Rob?
That's the point.
Still going. Yeah, he's still Robin Ligon known. He's alive and well and still kicking. Rob, thank you. Congrats again on that award. You deserve it.
Good to see you, Jake, as always. Have a good day.
Have a great Monday. Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. Let's get right back into the Zoom room. Talk to our weather guy. That would be Don Day. The day weather forecast looking pretty good. Yeah, I don't mind it. Although I think things change a little bit as the week progresses. We got to thank Don for the rain. Don, you made it rain a little bit here in the valley. We know what happens in valleys. where the smoke just gets trapped. Oh my goodness. The smoke from area wildfires in Jackson Hole Saturday was thick. Cut it with a knife kind of smoke, but a little bit of rain yesterday helped knock it down. Is that general for a lot of Western Wyoming dealing with smoke? Are we going to see less? I think it shows up a little bit today again.
Well, it does. And you got to remember, it's a factor of two things. It's what the weather's doing, what the wind patterns are doing, what the fire activity's doing, all of those things. Now, we have a different situation this week. Last week, we had these Canadian cold fronts coming in. We were getting most of our smoke from the Canadian wildfires up in British Columbia. Now, we've got a big fire in California going on right now, and we've got, obviously, other local fire activity going on as well. This week, though, the winds aloft are coming from the west-southwest. So we're not going to have the real thick opportunity for that heavier smoke from northwest Canada to come on in. But the regional fires will add to that mix. I'm cautiously optimistic, though, that as the week progresses, especially the second half of the week and into the weekend, more of these showers will be around, and that will help with the fire, lessen the fire activity. It also mix up the atmosphere enough that the smoke's dispersed a little bit.
Yeah.
So it should get better, but we'll still be at times dealing with it.
Yeah. Well, our men and women have been battling hundreds on that Dollar Lake fire, Willow Creek as well. And that wind over the weekend did not help. But hopefully we get in a stretch here this week. A little bit cooler, a little higher humidity levels, and that fire will sit down for them just a bit. That's a beautiful area. Green River Lakes. You ever been up there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's spectacular. Yes.
Yeah, that is a fantastic. But it is a pretty thick with timber. Every time I've camped there, the Forest Service has slash piles that say, take what you want for firewood. Like, they've been trying to thin that out in there. It's thick. A lot of beetle kill.
Yeah, well, Mother Nature is the best at thinning things out. Unfortunately, it makes a mess.
It's true. All right, man. Thanks for joining us, Don. Have a great Monday. Day weather forecast on the Cowboy State Daily. We got to take a quick break. Get right back to business after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We
We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Monday. Here is a true hero, Bridger Walker of Cheyenne. And what a great idea, Dale Killingback catching up with this kid. It was all the way back in 2020. Remember? We were doing the pandemic back then. Bridger Walker, Cheyenne, Wyoming kid, made international headlines. This story went global when he stepped in front of his sister, came between his sister and a vicious dog that was attacking. We never did find out what breed of dog this was, but we saw what happened to Bridger and his face. I mean, Bridger took the punishment meant for his little sister. Flat out, just stepped in. In fact, Bridger said, a 6-year-old said this 5 years ago. He said he wasn't trying to be a hero. He said, I'm just a normal boy. But he said of the incident, I thought if somebody is going to die at the hands of this dog, at the teeth of this dog, this is a 6-year-old's quote, July 2020. He said, if someone had to die, I thought it should be me. 6. His sister was 4, I think, at the time, 4-year-old. His sister, Brielle. I mean, that's it. That's a hero. Not all heroes wear capes. Not all heroes quarterback the Buffalo Bills to a come-from-behind win. Some heroes just do something like this. They get their face disfigured for life, protecting their sister, Bridger Walker. And Dale Killingback catches up with the now 6th grader. I can't believe he went from 6 years old. Yeah, I guess 5 years later, he would have been a kindergartner. And he's now in 6th grade. Bridger Walker said probably not a lot of his schoolmates there at Cheyenne Classical Academy are even aware of the incident anymore. But we haven't forgotten at Cowboy State Daily, and I don't think the world has forgotten that incident that happened in 2020. What happened when that story went viral? Legendary actor Tom Holland, who played Spider-Man, right? Was Tom Holland a Spider-Man? I don't watch any of those Marvel things. He visited the kid, Bridger, and gave him a bunch of Superman swag, or Spider-Man swag, sorry, because Bridger Walker was real big about Spider-Man. So Tom Holland heard about it, heard about what the kid did, protecting his sister from the dog attack, and set up a visit on the movie set of Spider-Man, and then gave Bridger a bunch of Spider-Man swag. Had opportunities to meet and greet a bunch of boxing legends at the World Boxing Council. That's pretty cool. Yeah, he's done a lot of neat things. I didn't know this from Dale Killingback, that they have a family friend named Bo Jackson. You may have heard of Bo Jackson, former Heisman Trophy winner, played in the NFL and baseball, one of the last two sport athletes to play in two different sports and excel in two different sports, not just play, but Bo Jackson. When Bo Jackson hit a home run, he hit a home run. And no Karen from Philly would be searching for the ball because it usually left the ballpark. I mean, Bo Jackson was jacked. They call him Uncle Bo. He's a family friend, Uncle Bo Jackson. I didn't know that. So now 11-year-old Bridger said he's just a regular kid. I'm just a normal boy who likes going to school and playing with his dog and working on martial arts. He's pretty big on some martial arts discipline. He actually went over to Thailand, I think, to learn some of it. And yes, you heard right, playing with the family dog, just to prove that, or just to get over what could be a lifelong fear of dogs. I mean, who could blame him as a 6-year-old? I'm looking at photos of Bridger Walker's face. I mean, he took like, how many stitches? Oh, this dog worked him over. People that have dogs that attack like this, really disappointing. So Bridger could have very easily, as a 6-year-old, have nightmare about dogs and to never be able to be around a dog. But one of the first things he and his family did is get him a dog, just to show that not all dogs are like this. So that's pretty cool. And what a great idea. What a great story for Dale Killingback to catch up with a modern day hero. Bridger Walker, his sister Brielle. Supposedly there's a book that's been written, and there's a possible TV show or movie in the works or something. But yeah, Bridger Walker just, did the right thing, did a brother thing, and almost was killed for it. Brielle was asked not too long ago, what did your brother do for you? And she's like, he saved my life. This is Brielle and Bridger.
What do you think of your brother?
I think he's like a hero.
He's like a what?
Hero.
He's like a hero. Why is he a hero?
Because he saved my life.
He did?
Yeah, he really did.
What do you think?
Way to go, Bridger. Can't say enough about this kid. And we'll never forget the Cheyenne 6-year-old that saved his sister from a dog attack. That story was huge. And it seems like it was just last week, 2020. Man, that's going back a ways. David Madison, he's going to be on the show later. We'll ask him about these new robo cowboys. Could robots replace real Wyoming cowboys and cowgirls as far as herding cattle? They're actually being tested. These robo cowboys are like little four-wheeler ATV looking things, but they look kind of like more like a tank. Obviously, they're designed, they got these big old balloon tires. They got to be able to go anywhere a cowboy could go on horseback because they need to be out there tending to the cattle. Researchers are building cattle herding robots that could transform livestock management across the American West. But real wranglers on horseback say, Hogwash. We're irreplaceable. Mississippi State University researcher Marcus McGee has been testing a 4x4 robotic platform. It's called the Warthog, and it can herd cattle with surprising effectiveness. The results of his trials at the university's Bearden Dairy Research Center suggest autonomous herding technology could soon supplant, although he writes in this story, supplement, I would say supplant traditional cowboys and sheep herders. McGee, though, said this is not replacing the human aspect of livestock agriculture. It's purely utilized as a workforce multiplier. Previously, I thought the Warthog was called a border collie or a healer. I don't understand the need for this. It's going to be a lot more expensive than a stock dog, that's for sure. I can't see this ever happening. And I say this as someone fully aware that that's usually the quote prior to the disappearance of an occupation. You know, somebody a long time ago probably said, I can't imagine that we'll ever get rid of, and then fill in the blank. And sure enough, 100 years later, we don't need a candle maker anymore. Or we don't need I'm trying to think of something that some profession, some occupation we don't have anymore because it's been replaced by a machine. Crash test dummy? I don't know. But I'm saying I can say with a lot of conviction, the Warthog is not going to replace a cowboy or cowgirl on horseback, and B, we already have a Warthog that works in cooperation with the cowboy. It's called a border collie or a healer or an Australian shepherd. We already have Warthogs, and the Warthog probably takes, I don't know what it runs on, diesel, gas, battery. And there's no way that Warthog can outthink a border collie. No way, no how. I don't care how much programming you put into this Warthog, and it's going to help you herd. It's not going to be able to do cowboy things like rope a cow and doctor a cow in the open field. I mean, show me one that's going to do that. But the ClearPath Robotics Warthog, the unmanned ground vehicle, fitted with cameras and sensors, has been proven effective in test runs on dairy cows back east. Could this thing be effective on the open range in the American West? I mean, it's convinced a few Holsteins to cooperate and move along. But what would this thing do out west in more rugged terrain with a few badly behaving Angus bulls? I don't know. And it's not, no matter what amount of programming or AI that's built into this thing, it's not going to be as smart as a dog. That's why dogs bred for centuries to do the job they do, working cattle, working stock. And they're good at it. Really good. You don't even need to give dogs much direction. They know the gig, whether it's sheep or cows. Yeah, nothing's going to replace your stock dog, much less your cowboy. Not going to happen. These robot shepherds don't come cheap either. Cost $50,000, I think, to build one. Who knows what they're going to sell them for? ClearPath Robotics introducing the Warthog. 2023 research showed it did remarkably well. Cattle responded. Of course, they're running away from a four-wheeler. They're running away from this 4x4 robot machine. And once again, this was tested in Mississippi. So, yeah, let's see the applications out west. We'll talk to the story writer of this, David Madison, and speculate with him whether he thinks the robot cowboy is going to replace our own cowboys and border collies, etc. I'm thinking not. When we come back, we'll talk about that Philadelphia Philly fan known as Karen. Yeah, I'll give you all the latest. Still don't know who she is, though. We'll talk about that. If you missed it, I'll catch you up. If you know about it, hopefully this will be informative. Coming right back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Just when you start to have faith in mankind, after reading a story from Dale Killingback catching up with a true hero, the kid who stopped that vicious dog attack, so his stepped in for his sister Bridger Walker. That's the kind of positive story that can renew your faith in mankind. And this is the kind of story that can tear it all down in 1 second. Or in 15-second viral video of this Karen. And never Never before has a stereotype so aptly fit. Karen is the impossible to satisfy, demanding, unhinged, middle-aged woman with a short bob haircut. Usually angular, some kind of haircut that's aggressive. The haircut is as aggressive as its owner, like in a aggressively angular haircut. And this Karen is rocking a two-tone Karen haircut. We still don't know who it is. I can't believe we haven't identified this woman. It's similar to the Coldplay incident where you're caught on a Coldplay cam. And by the way, the latest update on that is divorce proceedings, which is not funny. That's sad whenever that happens. But the woman seen on the Coldplay kiss cam, I think the one being hugged is going, she's headed to divorce. She filed for divorce from her husband. A former tech company employee seen embracing a colleague has filed. Yeah, I think they mean the woman who's being hugged by the dude. They're all going to get divorced. I mean, they're all going to lose their jobs. The whole fallout from the Coldplay thing. Kristen Cabot confirmed that she's filed a petition for divorce. So in a similar caught on camera, not at your finest hour moment, this unidentified Karen, Philadelphia Phillies fan, is seen demanding a souvenir baseball be given to her. It's crazy if you've seen the video. And I don't know what exactly was her argument. There's a home run ball hit by Harrison Bader, one-time Yankee for a year. And there's a scramble for the loose ball. And a dad gets the ball. His name is, what is his name? Drew Feltwell. Phillies Marlins game with his kids. This is last Friday. Phillies center fielder Harrison Bader hits a home run. These are all Phillies fans, Philadelphia Phillies. Drew Feltwell took the fam to the game, and one of their heroes hits a home run. So Drew, the dad, runs over and tries to get the ball along with everybody else. The ball's rolling around on the floor. Drew picks it up, got it, runs it back, and he pops it in his son's mitt. He says, "Here you go, kid. Souvenir. One of your favorite players on your favorite team just hit a home run." And over comes Karen. And she stomps over there. And the dad said, the dad recalls, "Somebody touched my arm and then started screaming in my ear." And that was Karen. And she said, "That's my ball." And again, I don't know her argument. I watched the video. We all watched the video. And the home run ball isn't caught by anybody. It goes through the arms of everyone. And I don't know if she ever had hands on it or even touched it. She scrambled for it like everybody else in the bleachers. But for some reason, she felt entitled. She stormed over there to Drew and said, "That's my ball," and was screaming so loud. Drew, the dad, said he just basically gave up. He appeared shaken by the confrontation, the video shows. After a brief interaction, he plucks the ball out of his son's mitt, takes it back away from his son, and hands it to the woman in the Phillies jersey who just won't quit. Drew said he made the decision because he didn't want to do something he'd regret in front of his kids, like knock this lady out. He's like, there was kind of a fork in the road, and I'm going to go one direction I'll probably regret, or I can go this direction and use it as a teaching moment. So he took the ball, it had to break his heart, out of his son's mitt and gives it to the Karen. This is like the third, if it comes in threes, celebrity deaths comes in threes. Viral video stuff of not your finest moment comes in threes. You had the Coldplay kiss cam that started it all. Then you had the Polish millionaire CEO of a company who snatched a autographed ball cap right out of some kid's. This kid had his hat autographed, or was having a tennis player's hat autographed, and the tennis player reached to give it to the kid, and this adult man who should know better snatches the hat. His initial response was, snooze, you lose. You're not fast enough. Too bad for you. Like, oh, man. And then a day later, he was probably seeing the optics of that, and he started backing off, saying, I might have made a mistake. And then he's got to come full circle to a confession like, sorry, I stole from a kid. Your souvenir is that important to you, dude? And now the third of the series of Not My Finest Hour caught on video is this Phillies Karen who gives dad an earful, somehow claiming she's entitled to that ball. The incident goes viral, and including originally, does anybody know who this is? And somebody was identified, and that somebody is not the right person. Boy, I feel bad for the woman who was originally ID'd. It was Cheryl Richardson Wagner. The internet, as a collective intelligence, the internet was sure it was Cheryl Richardson Wagner. It looked a lot like her. Internet sleuths misidentify the woman as Cheryl Richardson Wagner. Cheryl had to get on her own social media accounts to say, I'm not the crazy Philly mom. She posted that. She said, I would sure love to be as thin as she is and move as fast, but I'm a Red Sox fan, and you wouldn't catch me dead at a Phillies game. She's like, that is not me. So who is it? We still don't know. And by the way, that was not Phillies Karen's only moment caught on tape. In a nearly 50-second long clip shared by Colin Rugg on X, it shows the same woman who approached that man, flipping off the entire section of booing gamegoers. The Phillies Karen captured on camera getting in another man's face for heckling her after she demanded the ball from a child. So she had the original incident where she marched over and said, that's my ball. And dad's like, what? Okay, get away, lady. And then later, somebody confronted the woman like, you just took a ball from a kid. Are you crazy? And she went off on him too, including flying the bird, which they do in Philly regularly. Just crazy. If you saw that viral video, I mean, that's a true Karen move. Although, as I say, being not a fan of Phillies fans, Philadelphia in general, pick your sport, any sport, the fans of Philadelphia teams are horrible. And Philly Karen's actions are right on brand for a Philly fan. I mean, right on brand. Any other sports team, yeah, you'd say, oh, what a terrible lady to do that. In Philadelphia, that's kind of meh. Like, that's regular behavior from Philadelphia fans. Meanwhile, the kid, Drew and his kids, the whole incident was not only caught on cell phone cameras. But the actual broadcast crew doing the game noticed, and they said, "Oh, that was a terrible thing." They made mention of it. They're like, I don't know. They didn't call her a Karen, but they're like, that was terrible to take that kid's ball. And it came to the attention of the ballpark. An usher showed up and said, "Harrison Bader, the guy who hit that home run, he wants to meet you." So after the game, Harrison Bader meets with the family. He gives the family a ball, a bat, a cap, his jersey, gives them everything. His apartment, his the ride that he took to the stadium that day. And he just treats the family with all that stuff. And meanwhile, the internet was supposedly saying Karen, for her trouble, got the ball, but in the end, she was fired from her job. And yeah, we don't know that to be true because we don't even know who it is. But it all's well that ends well. The Philadelphia Phillies and Harrison Bader made good by meeting the family and giving the kid a souvenir. So that super good news. I like the way it ended. Cowboy State Daily Show continues here as we roll along on a Monday. And I promise we won't go back to Philadelphia for any stories. And I promise we will not talk about Jeffrey Epstein until tomorrow. I have news about that. Until now, though, until then, it's top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll be back on the other side. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Monday is day 3 in the trial of a Haitian truck driver accused of slamming into 2 emergency medical technicians and killing one of them. The EMT who survived weathered intense questioning Friday in Sweetwater County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was in the courtroom for the testimony of former Carbon County EMT Tiffany Grutzmacher, who was struck and injured by a semi driven by Haitian national Saviol St. Jean.
The one surviving EMT whose colleague died and who herself was hit and back broken multiple places, skull and neck both fractured. She weathered around 2 hours of questioning on Friday from the state and then from the defense, where the defense especially was like, are you supposed to park where you parked? Are you supposed to park on the other side of the debris? She basically said that is what was in line with my employer's systems, and that is the judgment call we made.
St. Jean faces 1 count of aggravated vehicular homicide, another of aggravated assault, and a third of not merging away from emergency vehicles, and could face up to 30 years in prison plus fines if convicted. Bridger Walker says not all of his 6th grade schoolmates at Cheyenne Classical Academy are aware of the incident 5 years ago that led to an appearance with Spider-Man actor Tom Holland on a movie set and nearly yearly opportunities to hug and high-five boxing legends at the World Boxing Council. As a 6-year-old, Bridger stood in front of a charging, vicious dog and protected his then 4-year-old sister Brielle from an attack. The result was 90 stitches to his face, plastic surgeries, and, as Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports, a turning point in his young life that continues to take him places.
His family really wants to use the situation to communicate. To be a superhero doesn't mean that you have extraordinary powers, but it means kindness and other things.
There may be opportunities this year to speak at Wyoming schools as well about the superpowers that everyone has, and an action figure modeled after him may be coming in the future. When the Buffalo Bills played their season opener at home on Sunday night, the Bills Mafia got an assist from a relatively new legion of fans thousands of miles away. Many football fans in Wyoming have adopted this NFL franchise as their own in the 7 years since Josh Allen was drafted as the quarterback for the Bills. And when Cowboy State Daily's Anna Jackson attended the National Chicken Wing Festival in Buffalo last week, she witnessed firsthand the connection between the Buffalo Bills and the Wyoming Cowboys.
It's all Josh Allen. When he was drafted by the Bills, that was a big deal for the University of Wyoming and the Bills fans at that festival. I probably saw a handful of people each day in the brown and gold of Wyoming. And I think it's kind of fun for them to mix things up and not wear the Bills gear some days. And it's always Josh Allen, obviously.
The MVP quarterback deserves the credit for ushering in a new era of Bills fans in Wyoming and beyond. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
WyoTech is not only growing its campus and student base, its reputation has taken off as well. Automotive tech grads from the Laramie-based school are coveted like star athletes, to the point that they're recruited by companies for jobs all over the country. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that WyoTech grads are making big plans for their futures and heading out to whatever new corners of the world they choose.
The amazing thing to me is these guys are all finding jobs before they graduate exactly where they want to land and exactly what they want to do. One guy's headed to a Ferrari dealership. Another guy's headed to Texas, one of the largest Cadillac dealers in the country. They're bringing hundreds of employers from all over the country to these job fairs to talk to these kids about their careers. Some of these companies fly them to their companies for tours and then get them back in time for dinner that same day. They're just kind of getting the rock star treatment.
The Career and Technical School has helped people turn the world into their very own oyster by giving students the skills and tools to dream big and plant those dreams anywhere in the world they choose. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake, and we get David Madison in here. I'm running just a tick behind all day today. I feel like the Bills yesterday in the first half, but I hope by the time I end the show, I'm the Bills in the second half. How about that? David.
Good segue out. Good morning.
Josh Allen. Can we just talk about him for 15 minutes?
Yeah, I learned a lot. The stories came fast and easy when on Friday they announced the retirement of his jersey and how special that is. And the lead anecdote that stood out for me was just so unusual and so spoke to his character and grit, where he throws what appears to be a pick six and chases the defender down ahead of the goal line, hits him so hard he knocks the ball through the end zone and gets the ball back for his team. I mean, I can't remember ever hearing a story like that about a player. So that stood out. And the ceremony, I've heard that it's the tickets for that Nevada game are selling out. People want to be there for this moment, and lucky us, right? We get to remember him and then watch him play every Sunday.
Yeah. That'll be November, where we retire the 17. Nobody will wear that again in the brown and gold. And David Madison got us updated on that story. That's super cool. And what we found after, I don't know if GMs knew this, you know, it was the Bills that drafted him 7th. There were quarterbacks that went before him. He didn't have the greatest stats of all time, and he didn't have the pedigree. In fact, it's the reason why he's still today credits University of Wyoming for taking a chance on him. He was big high school quarterback out of California, but he was overlooked by everybody except Wyoming. They took a chance on him. And same thing when it come time to draft him from the pros. Every GM's like, well, he played in Wyoming. He's not from a big SEC school. And I don't know if they knew of his character. You're right, that the guy who he was not going to accept anything. He was going to play till the whistle. And then even off the field, we learned that, he's a pretty cool guy. So he's the whole package.
And a big fan of wings. How the coincidence
right.
there, going to the Bills after frequenting the guy who would become the wing champion's truck in Laramie. So that was a nice little wrinkle. The background is that is it Double Dubs? Is that right? Is the name of it?
Yeah.
So that is a Laramie business, and Josh Allen helped it get into the world championship of wing making, and now just like Josh is dominating the NFL. Double Dubs is dominating the wing world.
Yep. It's funny that it's just another angle to a story that everything comes up. Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills, University of Wyoming, Cowboy. It's all tied together in this one. Man, now we'll bring in Haley Steinfeld to the whole mix. And yeah, it's all one big ball. All right, David, you can't really think robots are going to replace cowboys or stock dogs. I mean, are you telling you're going to put a border collie out of a job?
I know you might. You're would you say you're a former cowboy or a recovering cowboy? Yeah, I can see that this definitely has been the top of conversation in bunkhouses and on the range among cowboys in Wyoming. We're not making that up. It genuinely is something that they can see on the horizon, just as taxi drivers can see autonomous cars coming towards Wyoming maybe one day, but a long ways away, according to our reporting. It's probably a long ways away from there being a true replacement for man and horse and wisdom, or woman and horse and wisdom out there on the range, right? But what if you're holed up in your modern sheep caravan and you've got a laptop and sensors and you're basically remote controlling all of these autonomous vehicles out on the sheep range, and so you're just doing what you're still using your intuition, but it's through an electronic means. Will the ranch manager and her team of cowboys and cowgirls riding the range just have that supplemental layer of technology that is really recording things like gait and temperature and looking at being complemented by the experience out there, the human experience out there, but digitally attuned to gather all that information and then process it and make the best decisions for the ranch based on it. So we'll see. It really is just full on science fiction. There's probably going to be a robot cowboy Hollywood film at some point. Maybe the real cowboys and the robots are going to have a showdown in the sagebrush. But anyway, that was a fun one to report.
Mississippi State University is working on this gizmo, a 4x4 robot ATV tank thing. Marcus McGee said he's tested it on some Holsteins back east, Bearden Dairy Ranch. Bearden Dairy Research Center. So yeah, he's convinced some Holsteins to go ahead and get hazed in a direction. But let's see this thing applied out west in Wyoming.
That's his ambition. Yeah, he was very explicit about that. He did his graduate work at the University of Idaho, and he says, "Oh yeah, this is the warm up. We want to test this out on the range." And then it really gets into what is the correct technology. Are tank tracks really going to cut it, or do you need a 6-legged, animatronic? Homing creature that can truly be all terrain. Just which would change the look of the West, right?
Totally.
Coming a robot moving through the sagebrush. again, yeah, I bet Hollywood shows us this before it probably actually happens.
Wow. It just destroys a lot of romanticism of the great American West and the cowboy and his faithful dog. But I got to admit, there's days where you open the door in the morning to the bunkhouse outside and you're like, nope. Shut the door and you go back to your computer screen and you go ahead and herd cattle from there. Yeah. Maybe.
Right.
I don't know.
That's very Star Wars, like the planet Hoth moving through the snow.
And you've been doing some more science fiction, although it's reality. This Gillette company that can drill 3+ miles down into the earth, that's crazy.
Really interesting for geologists to hit that milestone. They were pulling the sandstone core samples out that had ancient evidence of the ocean that once covered Wyoming. There was evidence of sand dunes when the landscape was, I guess, when the ocean was receding, places like Kilpecker dunes that exist today. There's deep evidence that they were, a long time ago landscape as well. And then, there is a significant amount of commercial optimism, enterprising optimism around the business of storing CO2 in these cavernous spaces in Southwest Wyoming. And the Sweetwater Hub is really the kind of leading the way and is the existing proof of concept. If it works, then, does that really become a big piece of the energy economy in Southwest Wyoming? It's sure shaping up that way, but it's not the only it's not the only way to do lowering the carbon footprint, and so we'll see. It's a marketplace of that right now. What's going to be most commercially viable? It's case by case basis sometimes, and anyway, yeah, deep stuff, deep time, deep space underground.
Yeah, and cyclone drilling, they got the ability to drill horizontally as well, 3.5 miles. Nobody's drilled that deep. And why so deep? You explain in the story, the same methods of pulling stuff out of the earth, gas and oil and stuff, the same method can be applied to shove stuff down in the earth, underground injection. So yeah, far below the water table, which and maybe implications of spent nuclear waste. And we got to bury that as well. So there's these cavernous areas way down, like miles deep, that we can just store stuff in and forget about it.
Yeah, I don't know about the nuclear stuff, but what the University of Wyoming experts were saying is that as you pack it deeper and deeper, it gets denser and denser, and you get more bang for your buck. That the amount of mass, I guess, would be the right way, the cubic mass becomes more economical the deeper you go. And then you also are just in a proven space of capture that had been sealed for hundreds of millions of years, perhaps. And so it's a space that is far, there's careful protections according to the sources we spoke to for interfering with oil and gas development, and of course for drinking water of any kind. So fresh water of any kind. So yeah, it's the forefront. Just how many times do we say that? Again, another example of a sector of the energy industry represented right on the cutting edge, and we'll keep following it.
That's a great phrase, David. Proven place of capture. This, you're looking at natural gas that presumably was down there and not leaking, like down there and staying there for how many eons, and now we're just gonna shove some more back down in there to store.
Yeah.
All right.
Indeed.
Well, that's a lot better than just, dumping it somewhere, anywhere. Your story about the Wyoming case exposes challenges of stopping illegal oil field waste dumping. We saw 2 different incidents of this. I remember one of them where investigators, I don't know how they ever even find it, but I'm glad they do every once in a while. Carbon County, contaminated waste, told these 2 guys were told by their boss, go ahead and dump this here, but that's not good.
Yeah, we couldn't find proof that this is a rampant problem, but when it is a problem, it's a nasty one.
Yeah.
And one of that seems, I think, to authorities, maybe they want to make sure it doesn't, become more prevalent. It's a way to cut corners, save money, and just kind of shovel and shut up approach to oil and gas development waste. Whereas if you want to keep it growing and keep everything in balance, just follow these rules. And at least in these two instances that we've seen in the Wyoming area, one was just across the border in Utah, I believe on private land. And I think it was just a witness saw them doing something out of the ordinary. And when they went to investigate, the authorities were appalled. There in Utah. In Wyoming, down in Carbon County, yeah, it was a situation of see something, say something. Someone out there in the oil patch knew about this order that, two supervisors said, just dig a hole and bury it, and took that concern to the Oil and Gas Commission. And then the Oil and Gas Commission teamed up with the feds. And so there was an investigator from the BLM, and I think two investigators from the Region 8 office, perhaps in Denver, of the EPA. Some maybe they sent somebody out from DC. They're basically the eco cops from the EPA were also on this. And you're right, it resulted in a pretty immediate confession and let's work this out. And it took a while, and finally they're been sentenced. No jail time, but a fine and probation.
No punishment too hard. You cannot pollute Wyoming with even a candy wrapper, much less toxic stuff.
Yeah.
One more story about future science-y stuff from David Madison. Transformer 2, the shape-shifting, the metal that turns liquid and then back to metal. I mean, that's what creates a cool android. Is that a real thing? And what are the implications for Wyoming?
Well, there is a push by the DOE to ramp up gallium production. And gallium is this really interesting metal that, like mercury, at room temperature, it's liquid, but it's conductive and it's non-toxic, unlike mercury. You can actually buy some on Amazon if you want.
Really?
So I spoke to a researcher at North Carolina State University in Raleigh, and he's dedicated his life, or his academic life, to this element, and has found ways to basically create a wire that, because it's liquid, if it gets snipped and then you put it back together, it actually self-heals, and the electric current continues. The same with fabric, where if you cut through the fabric, the electricity just reroutes the whatever impulse you're trying to send through the media, just reroutes itself, automatically. And so it has this Terminator 2, you can't destroy me attitude, And so if we ever see robots made for, to replace the cowboys, they might be made of gallium. And that gallium might come from a mine like the one near Manchester, which is touting itself as a gallium source. We're still in the development phase for all these mines, really. These rare earths are just now getting stuff out of the ground, just now beginning the refining process. And I don't know of any gallium being refined right now in Wyoming, but it's obviously a desired metal. What we've seen is the first few months of the Trump administration, you saw clawback and rescission, canceling, kind of pushing the Biden pieces out of the way. And now what you're seeing, a source told me, is really subsidizing from the Trump administration for certain areas of the energy industry. And one expert we spoke to said it's like dumping a super tanker full of cash on gallium and other similar it's not rare earths. These are critical metals, because they're not technically considered a rare earth element, but these critical metals that are mentioned in a bunch of recent offerings, about $1 billion worth from the Department of Energy.
Of all the rare earths and critical metals that can be dug up out of Wyoming, all of them ending in IUM, apparently, this one is the most exciting. This is going top of my list. I need some gallium in my life. It would be just like Wyoming, though, with invention, with gallium like this, Hollywood applies it to Terminator 2 to make Arnold Schwarzenegger tougher. Wyoming would use it just for barbed wire fence in case it got accidentally snipped. You wouldn't have to tear up your fencing gloves and send somebody out there to fix it. It would just fix itself. That would sit well with Wyoming ranchers. Invented gallium just for the barbed wire fence aspect.
Oh yeah. Or maybe fly fishermen too. That fly rod that wound up in the window somehow.
Oh.
Closing it in the back car of your car.
Yeah, maybe. All right. D-Mad, have a great Monday.
Likewise, enjoyed it.
Okay, Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. We'll take a quick break, come right back in here with another guest as we go back to back, just like a Yankee home run spree on the Cowboy State Daily show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there? I got stuff. Oh. Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa. Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Jake. Jacob Doss joins us. It's the Jake and Jake Show. One of us is a better quarterback than the other. Can you guess who? I can't throw a spiral, Jake.
Well, I can teach it. It's pretty simple. You just want your index finger to come off the ball last. So next time you're throwing, just try to remember that index finger off the ball last.
Dang, and this guy would know. We're talking to a former University of Wyoming Cowboy footballer, quarterback back in the Joe Glenn era, 2004, 2007. Backed up one of the Bramlets. Which one, Corey or
Corey? Actually,
Corey.
well, Corey, yep. I got a chance to see him this weekend. First
No
time since we all
way.
graduated. Yeah, Casey got inducted into his older brother Casey got inducted to the Hall of Fame. I was a redshirt freshman when Casey Bramlett was a senior, and he was my idol. I mean, absolute idol. When we first moved to campus, he took me under his wing, and his wife reached out and said, "Hey, we're doing this big tailgate on Saturday. Can you come?" I was like, "I will." I will make it happen no matter what. Yeah. So it was great to see both those brothers this weekend.
Casey, a legend. Corey, you played alongside of Karsten Swain, who's a pretty good quarterback. You've seen a bunch. Have you ever seen anybody like the 17 though? My goodness, Josh Allen.
We watched the game last night. He's never out of the game. He's never out of the game. The guy is, it's funny. This weekend, I was sitting at the hotel and I was having breakfast, and I bought some stuff at the Brown and Gold outlet right across from the hotel.
I love that place.
Love that place. It was a zoo. It was awesome. At, whatever, 8:30 in the morning, and these two people come up and they're like, "Hey, is it really crowded over there?" I said, "No, it's not so bad. If you go now." And they're like, "Oh, good. We've got to go." And I realized the team was staying at the hotel I was at. So I was like, "Do you guys have, a kid on the team?" Like, "Well, we used to. We're in from California." And I started connecting the dots. I was like, "Wait a minute. Are you Josh Allen's parents?" And they said, "Yeah, we are. We're here for the Hall of Fame." They saw me connecting the dots. And it was really cool. They were as nice as advertised, as cool as can be.
Now, see, that's where Josh Allen gets the humility, the humble guy he is. He's totally like this. So mom and dad, they didn't even go around with swagger and Laradice.
Not at all. They didn't have any 17 stuff on. They couldn't have been nicer.
Wow.
Nicer. And they were really sweet. And I saw some other people kind of recognized them too and came up and taking pictures and stuff. But just so humble, down to earth, and I'm excited to. I'll try to sneak out to the game when Josh plays when he's coming back to Laramie. It'd be fun to see.
I want to talk about Tradecraft schools, what you've been doing. But first, one more thing on the whole Josh Allen thing, because you're uniquely suited to back me up on this or maybe disagree on this, but I was surprised to see, and I don't know him, and I like him, but Evan Swoboda rocking the 17 last year, I was like, dude, you can't wear the 17. Now,
that's a tough one.
In November, nobody's going to be able to wear it. Like that. We're going to put that, mothball that, and retire the number. But man, a year, I don't know, Evan. I think somewhere along the line, if Swoboda didn't have the situational awareness that you don't put that jersey on, the guy who dishes them out, Jake, when you go to get a number at UW, you say, "I'd really like the number 5 or whatever," who hands that out? And if that guy says, if someone wants a 17, how does he not say, "Well, we're going to put that away for a little while"?
Totally.
Pick another number.
When you're picking out jerseys, they always like to give you a little history lesson of who wore those before. I don't think there's a history lesson that needs to be shared at who wore 17 before. That'd be one that, oh man, you've got to have some serious, wherewithal to even accept that jersey. I'd be like, I'm good, man. I'll go 18 or 16.
Yeah. And maybe that is a show of confidence, I guess.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Oh boy.
Could be. How about the Did you watch the game on Saturday? I thought they looked awesome.
I did. My Saturdays are tied up. I did not see it, but I'm proud of the defense. I think had the biggest question marks going into the season. We've been 7 points in 2 games.
No question. They were all over the place. And then the offense, they did some no huddle hurry up. It was fun to watch. It was like, I remember that I was watching a little bit of the Akron game, a little bit of last year. I was like, man, it just seems so just kind of boring. But now, I mean, they are moving the ball. They get a big first down and they're getting up on the ball as fast as they can and running. in a series of plays. But yeah, sorry, we can transition from football to tradecraft. I just really wanted to get that last. I was proud of the Pokes on Saturday.
Yeah, and I think I mean, they've lacked, a lot of players at skill positions. We've always had maybe one good wide receiver, and maybe a pretty decent quarterback, maybe a run, but never at the same time. And I think it's also taken a toll on creative play calling. I mean, I would like to see us get a little more than just run, long third down pass.
It seems like they're doing it. The tempo, when you can hurry up tempo, it gets defenses on their heels big time. It's something we're trying to do here at Jackson Hole, where I coach, and we're just not as big as the other teams. We went and played this massive Douglas team the other day, and I was like, man, we're not going to be able to just mash these guys. We're going to have to get the ball out fast, tempo, go, just get them on their heels a little bit. And that seems like what Wyoming's doing. They got a tough Utah team coming in. So they're going to have to, they're going to have to try some, you just don't beat them with traditional football, right? You've got to go and do some things outside the box, move the ball, get the ball on the perimeter, do that kind of thing. So anyways,
it's that kind of thinking, that kind of X's and O's chalkboard stuff that you're doing now with the Jacks. So let's catch everybody up after life after college. You went long time Windermere prep coach. And then now find yourself quarterback, offensive kind of OC guy at the Jackson Bronx High School. How's high school football, your experience there? How have you liked doing that, coaching?
I love it. I got a chance to go be a head coach down in Florida for about a little over a decade, about 13 seasons, and loved it. And just realized I don't want to be a head coach for the long haul. I left college, so I was 24, 25 when I became a head coach. Didn't know what I didn't know, so I kind of got thrown into it, had some really, really good mentors in that space to help do all that. And then I realized, I was like, man, I'm spending more time with other people's kids than my own kids. We had some kids at the time, two boys. And so I looked at getting out of coaching and found this startup in the trade school space that was headquartered in Jackson Hole. I was like, wait a second, I love Jackson. I love Wyoming. And I know the trades a little bit. Actually, I knew nothing about the trades at that time. I was like, I told him I did. And just to try to get out. So anyways, that job moved me out to Jackson, and I stopped coaching for about 2 seasons. It was 2 seasons without football, probably since I was in 7th grade, 6th grade, maybe. So it was kind of nice to have Friday nights back and have, not waking up in the middle of the night going, oh my gosh, I got to install this play or whatever. So I actually still kept in touch with a lot of coaches. I was still going to coaching clinics. I just knew football would be back in my life at some point. It was a good break. And we got a chance to meet the current head coach over breakfast one morning, and his son is also the quarterback. And he said, hey, would you mind just working with my son a couple of times? So I went and worked. And I was like, whoa, this kid he can play, so I had no idea. And that turned on to, I just, 1 night a week to 3 nights a week. It was just me and him. And all of a sudden a few wide receivers were coming, and tight ends were coming. And I love it. I can't stop helping people, especially in football. I love it so much. And so now I'm full blown back in it, offensive coordinator, work with special teams, quarterbacks. And in fact, our quarterback, Grant, his name's Grant Johnson. He was on a recruiting trip to Wyoming this past weekend. So that's one of the reasons I was at the game. So really, really proud of his progress and where he's going. And he'll be a Division I quarterback, which is really fun to coach. There's not a ton in Wyoming right now. I told him, you're a marked man. You're a marked man. Every Friday night, you're going to be the guy the teams are coming after because you're going to play in college. And what greater thing to intercept a college quarterback or get a sack on a college quarterback. So he's got to take his game up even more every single week. So it's fun to work with him.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about him in a moment. Yeah. There were glimpses last year, but I thought, maybe blue chipper, and he's got the size, he's got the arm. And this year, especially, I've seen the poise. That's got to be a lot of what, a year, he's not, what is he, a senior now?
He is a senior now.
So now
he understands the system, gets it, knows his reads, knows the touchdowns. He's coordinating things out there, and you can see a massive difference in his communication, his confidence.
Yeah,
you can see a massive difference.
This year. He's got great field vision. He's got quiet feet in the pocket. He looks like a cool customer back there. And
your stuff. You know your quarterback and stuff. Absolutely.
Other teams are finding out that, he's legit. And I listened to Dennis Switzer, who's going to be on the show later today. He was calling the game for the Bearcats. And he kind of noticed by second quarter, he's like, this Johnson kid, he's like, he can fire it, he can spin it, and he sees the field. Like he noticed the same things.
That's awesome.
Interesting.
That's awesome.
Yeah, your work with him is definitely noticeable. We're talking to Jacob Dawson, and we're going to talk about the day job, if we would call this the day job. The night job is Friday nights with high school football in Jackson. Tell me about Tradecraft Schools. You can find them on the internet, tradecraftschools.com. And yet this is, we've seen similar things with WyoTech, where maybe your path to a career future is like doing stuff with welder, mechanics, electricians, HVAC specialists. Tell me what you're doing there. How do we get involved? How did you get involved?
So again, after coaching, I went out and worked. So this company landed out in Jackson. It was headquartered in Jackson. When I mean headquartered, the CEO lived here. It was a small startup. There was maybe 3 people, and in fact, I was employee number 3. And my job was to call trade schools all throughout the country, and to offer our product to these trade schools. And what product? It was basically financial aid. We were able to there's not a lot of financial aid for students who want to go to trade schools. And so we were one of those companies. We could help set up multiple ways for that student to go. And we grew really, really quickly. We had, like 5 partnerships. Now there's over 500 school partnerships. And so I got a chance to speak to, I'll bet, every single trade school in the United States, the owners of those trade schools or the CFO or whatever, and started realizing, man, there's a lot of them are retiring. A lot of them were going, hey, I started this trade school right out of college. I was a good welder, so I just wanted to start a school, and now it's getting too big. People want to come here from all over the country. Do you guys know anybody that wants to buy these trade schools? They would always ask that. And no, our company's not interested in that. But I kept going back to our company and saying, guys, we should look at maybe operating and acquiring one of these. And we know how to fill seats with these financing options. What if we bought one? It's like, no, that's not really our thing. Let's stay in our lane. So my brother, who investor by trade, he's a Goldman Sachs guy. He did, he went to work at a family office in Salt Lake there, and they took Black Rifle Coffee Company. Have you heard of those guys?
Yes.
Yeah. So he took them public, went and worked for them for a while, and he realized he didn't want to be a publicly traded CFO. So he's calling me. He's going, hey, let's go to business. Let's figure something out. And I was like, man, perfect timing. You should check out a couple of these trade schools. I want you to just talk to a couple. He calls a few, and I set him up with some meetings. He called me immediately back that day. He goes, we got to do this. We've got to figure out a way to own and operate some trade schools. There's some, we can help expand these, get more reach, in different cities to kind of consolidate them. Let's get 3 or 4 trades we like, put them under one roof, and put these in several cities throughout the country, because we know there's a massive, massive shortage of tradespeople. I mean, the average age is 60. And, let's say there's 10,000 jobs available. Well, they're not accounting for the 8,000 of people that are retiring, right? So there's this massive pipeline of people that are, and jobs that need to be filled. So long story short, we started this company, raised some money through a group who's really wanting to get involved in the trades, and started our company, Tradecraft Schools, and we are building schools in the Southeast. We're building Texas, Florida, looking to get involved in Tennessee, some of these states where, there's a big population center, around 2 million people in certain areas. And we like military bases, a lot of high schools in a certain area. So when you boil all that down, some areas, Tampa, Orlando, Nashville, San Antonio, Houston, those areas. And the trades we really like are HVAC, HVAC, electrical, and plumbing. we have gone and visited schools all throughout the country. You mentioned Wyotech earlier. They have that niche of the auto diesel mechanic. Like they're the Harvard of trade schools. And we've toured them, know the owners well. In fact, I think this morning you guys had an article on Wyotech on your website. Those guys are killing it. We don't want to go compete with them in that world, but we want to do a faster pace. Come out and be an HVAC specialist in 7 or 8 weeks, right? Come out and learn everything you need to know about plumbing in 7 or 8 weeks, then go get hired by a company. And if you want to be your own boss, you can absolutely do that. A lot of these military people transitioning out of the military, Marines, Air Force, they don't want to go work for people. They're used to, doing the thing their way. So come in, go learn how to be an electrician, and then go start an electrician company in whatever city you want to go do that. So that's our goal. Right now we're looking at multiple locations. We've got some unbelievably amazing investors that are in this for the long haul. They see trades as the future, AI proof, recession proof, these sort of things. So I talk to people all the time that there's that stigma of sending your son or daughter to a trade school. Well, I tell you what, there's a lot of money to be made if you do it properly, and you do it the right way, get the proper education, and after your buddies are going to college for 4 years, well, in 8 weeks you can become an HVAC specialist, and then in a year you're owning and operating a business for you're learning a lot in that time frame. So you're making really good money while your friends are still in school.
Yeah.
So we've seen a lot of that.
Paying off 4 years of college debt, and you're going right to work, 6 figures. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly right. A lot of people are, the trades, every single day, there's some sort of information or some sort of, AI is, taking over this sector. It's really hard for AI to take over, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, welding. That's a really, it's going to happen at some point, but they're even taking over it's even taken over CDL. These people who get the long haul CDL licenses, that's going to be, we keep reading and hearing and behind the scenes that's going to be, long haul truck driving is going to be computerized. It's like, it's hard for it to take over HVAC, plumbing, and electrical though.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. We're out of time. We're talking to Jacob Doss, former UW quarterback back in the day, now teaching up the next generation of quarterbacks, including the exciting Grant Johnson, D1 blue chipper. We'll find out. He's got a deep threat Kendall. He's got sticky hands Liam McPeak. And then every once in a while, you can just get Cooper Kinsler out on the edge, man.
Find a way to get him the ball. That's my job. Find a way to get that number 4 the ball. Yep.
He's drawing up offensive plays for the Jackson Bronx, who host Buffalo Bison. Get ready, Buffalo. Put your track shoes on. This is a fast team, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Jacob, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Check out what he's doing on www.tradecraftschools.com. Thanks for coming on, and have a great Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this quick break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Bloom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing. that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. It's McKadry. Hi.
Hi.
What are you doing this Monday?
Oh, working. I'm trying to get ready for a big pop-up coming up, so
That's
pretty busy
right.
going.
In Sheridan, born in a barn.
Yes.
Wait, now.
Best pop-up around.
Wait a minute. Haven't I seen this place already?
Born in a barn?
Yes.
It happens once a year, 2 weeks after Labor Day every year for the last, I think, 10 years. Yeah.
Okay, because I must have hit it lucky, because I must have been in Sheridan this time last year. I swear I remember this. We're going to be talking about thrifting, thrift shopping, fashion, all this stuff. You may have read about this young lady in the Cowboy State Daily article dropped over the weekend. McKadry is, I don't know what the day job was. She traded the day job for her night hustle, and the night hustle is doing pretty good, man. You've had a fashion sense going way back, beginning with a legendary store in California. I mean, the 60s and 70s, people were shopping. What was the name of that place?
Fred Siegel.
Oh, yeah, Fred Siegel. So that was like your first job, one of your first jobs? And tell me about
I was in college at the University of Wyoming, but my aunt lives in Los Angeles. And so she had gotten me a summer job at Fred Siegel because I thought I wanted to follow in her footsteps as a writer in the fashion world. So getting my foot in the door.
So the aunt, and then, I mean, it was Fred Siegel, but then later you worked with the editor of Vogue. What's her name?
No, my aunt did.
Your aunt did.
She worked with Anna Wintour. Yes.
Yeah, Anna Wintour with the sunglasses.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So, she achieved in that world, and you aspired to also be in that world. Fashion sense. It must have just rubbed off a lot of it.
I don't know if you call it fashion sense. I sort of just do what I like. So if that's fashionable, great. If not, I still like it.
Yeah, but you've got an eye, you've got a look. So this story about being at Fred Siegel when people are buying like 5-figure t-shirt, maybe not 5-figure, but they're like $1,000 t-shirts. Yeah, that's so California. And you're there, rocking your own brand of outerwear, and people want to buy clothes right off you.
Yeah, it was cool because I couldn't afford anything in the store, of course. So I was thrifting to put together my outfits when I worked there every day. And I remember specifically this one day I was wearing a red and white striped t-shirt that I had gotten at Goodwill just down the street in Los Angeles. And I had cut the neckline and sort of tied it up a little. And that day I had several of the women who were shopping in there say, "I want your shirt." I'm like, "Well, you can't get that here." And it was only $5. So
yeah.
I'll sell it to you.
Oh, the markup. So you're like, man, maybe there's money to be made here. A lot of us, I think a lot of us like to throw, whenever I go to a new town or especially a college town, I got to hit the thrift stores. Tell me about like uniquely in a place that, there's some place, some towns, some communities where the thrift store is like, nah, not much. And then there's some where it's a gold mine. It's all a matter of where you are at place. Have you ever experienced that?
Oh yeah. I mean, I travel a lot, and so I'll stop in anywhere, anytime, into any shop, any barn, any person's house. I mean, I'm going everywhere to look for it, and there's really people would be amazed at what you could find in there. I'm specifically looking for 1970s and older, which is a little harder to find. So I love Wyoming for that because there's tons of ranches that have it sitting in their houses and barns.
Oh man. Have you ever been to Du Bois, by the way?
I was just in Du Bois.
Yeah,
in
Welty's.
July. Yeah.
Welty's. That's a store that goes back to Butch Cassidy day. Welty's right in Du Bois Main Street. And Old Man Welty used to have nudies, Western shirts, like he had,
my gosh.
Yeah, he had nudies. He had the other big Western wear, Rockmount. He had like
H-Bar C.
1970s still in the box. Like he hadn't unpacked it yet.
And, oh my God. Wait, I need to go back up there because that's the stuff I look for.
I know. And people were, I got this, I got awesome stuff from him. It was a gold mine. So every once in a while, you hit these treasures and vintage. What is vintage clothing? And why are you looking for stuff that's at least 20 years old? Why is that important?
Well, the quality is unmatched. I mean, if you look at today's clothing that is mass produced by automated machines in other countries, it's cheap. It's not well made. They're charging you a lot for it. It will last, one season. It's meant to be thrown away because they know people are just sort of looking for the next trend. And the vintage clothing wasn't like that. They really put a lot of time into the construction of it, the details. I mean, the material is just unreal. It'll last forever.
Yeah. And do you think more and more people are getting savvy about thrifting, and they understand now that that's in demand, and you're finding less and less when you go look?
Absolutely. I think social media is there's good and bad to it because I have a lot more competition now, but it's been good because you see this younger generation who doesn't want to walk into a mall and look like everybody else and doesn't want to pay exorbitant prices for cheap clothing. So there's so many people doing it now, and there's so much to be found, really. So it's good to see that we're moving in that direction. I think consumers are becoming much more aware of where their clothes are coming from and how they're being made, and being much more conscious about their purchases and the environment.
We're talking to McCadry, who, by the way, you can get online and see what it's about. MCAVintageRevival.com. McCadry's on that Cowboy State Daily story about, like, if she's a professional thrifter designer, I guess. I'm trying to figure out what the right title would be. But I heard you say in this,
Wanderer.
Yeah. In the story, you said, before online and before, there was just malls that we shopped in, and there weren't that many stores. So you had to work hard to create your own look. But isn't that the same today? Now there's unlimited places you can go shop, but you still have to work hard to create your own look.
It's true. I mean, everyone sort of looks the same when they're buying from these stores that really just all comes from a wholesaler who then puts it in 10 different stores.
Yeah.
So people do have to work a little harder to look a little different, but it's just as easy if you really wanted to.
it's just as easy for people like you who have this eye. I'm telling you, McKadry, you have a designer's eye. So if you're looking for if you're trying to find that vintage piece, chances are someone may have beat you to it. So now you got to start putting things together. You have to repurpose. You have to upcycle, upscale. You have to glow up everything. You look at things and you say, wait a minute, I can put this, with that scarf. And now you got a new look. Is that where you are now?
That is true. I started in just selling vintage, even though I was upcycling my own clothes, but it is becoming much more popular, mainstream. There's stores popping up everywhere, which I love. I support secondhand shopping and I support all the stores out there. But I thought, well, how am I going to stand out in this oversaturated now market? And so I just started embroidering things by hand, altering things, patching, mending, really to save. I like saving the textiles that would otherwise be thrown away. So that really helps stand out, I guess.
McCready has got a big deal coming up here, the pop-up shop in Sheridan. Tell me what that's all about. When's it going to be open, from when to when, and where do we find it? Born in a Barn.
borninabarnwyoming.com borninabarnyo.com, or on Instagram, Born in a Barn. And it's the woman who founded this, Shelly Kinnison, is just incredible. She's really created this whole community that gathers around, but people come from all over: Texas, Colorado, Nebraska, Montana, Iowa. And it's probably, I don't know how many vendors now, 25 or more vendors that set up. They're all artisan, vintage, unique, antique things that people can come. So on September 19th and 20th, you can come out to Born in a Barn and shop from a lot of different people for one-of-a-kind things.
All right. I like it. Renee Jean has a story. Cheyenne woman makes more money thrifting vintage clothing than at her old job. Who needs that old job? McCready. Thanks for being on with us. We're going to look for Born in a Barn, Sheridan. Also, get on the interwebs, mcavintagerevival.com. Appreciate you being on. Have a great Monday. Good luck getting ready for the whole pop-up thing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye. Cowboy State Daily Story, Renee Jean. Check out the story on McCready and be inspired. I love thrifting. You never know what vintage treasure you can find from an era when stuff was just made better, made right. Cowboy State Daily, top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll be back on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Aspen Alley in the Sierra Madre Mountains of southern Wyoming isn't what it once was, and in 2025, it looks worse than ever. Dennis Fairber, owner of the Aspen Alley Ranch, is fully aware that the iconic grove of aspen trees lining the road, one of the most beautiful autumn spots in Wyoming, is barely a shadow of its former glory. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Fairber has spent the last few months working to revitalize and renew the famous scenic lane.
When the current ranch owner bought it, a lot of the trees were diseased and dying, and so he made the choice that in order to ensure that there was a future for Aspen Alley, the present would have to suffer, which meant that a lot of the trees have been torn down and ground up, and their remains, if you will, scattered across the ground, because that's what's been proven to help new aspen shoots grow and thrive, and there already are new aspen trees growing.
Aspen Alley reached the heights of its former grandeur after 80 years of growth, and while experts are confident that future generations will savor the fruits of their labor, current generations won't miss out either. The future of ranching might rumble across Wyoming's sagebrush on tank tracks equipped with cameras and sensors instead of spurs and ropes. At Mississippi State University, researchers have been testing a 4-foot by 4-foot robotic platform called the Warthog that can herd cattle with surprising effectiveness. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the results from the trials suggest that autonomous herding technology could soon supplement traditional cowboys and sheep herders.
In the cowboy state, it gets people's attention when you talk about the robots coming for their jobs. There's no proof that that's happening yet, but you could say that we're in the research phase. Mississippi State University has tested the Warthog, this all-terrain vehicle, has wheels that can move around a pasture. Now, of course, cowboys are going to tell you there's no replacement for a man on a horse.
The concept isn't confined to American research labs. In Australia, researchers at the University of Sydney have developed Swagbot, an AI-powered robot that has shown promising results in cattle management. Wheatland beekeeper Pete Herman is still reeling from an attack that struck in the dead of night. A neighbor informed Herman that their dogs began barking and howling loudly around 11 p.m. Sunday for seemingly no reason. In the morning, Herman visited his bees to discover 2 of the 4 hives had been torn open and gutted of their precious honey by a bear. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker witnessed the devastation.
I talked to this beekeeper who said he's since put up an electric fence around the beehives to deter from future bear attacks. However, bears are very persistent in trying to get their honey and will do anything they can to get at honey. They'll fight through electric shocks, they'll fight through a swarm of angry bees. So even with these precautions up, there's still about a 50-50 chance that the bear could return.
The attack caused about $1,200 worth of damage and set Herman back about a year's worth of beekeeping time. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
3 years after rising country music star Luke Bell died, more than 24 of the promising Wyoming country artist's songs are being released to benefit those who struggle with the same depression and darkness that claimed him at the age of 32. Carol Bell, the Cody singer-songwriter's mother, told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck that proceeds from her son's official sophomore album, The King is Back, will go to the Luke Bell Memorial Affordable Counseling Program that offers mental health counseling to those who can't afford it.
In talking with Luke Bell's mom, Carol, she told me that she was really surprised that there were that many songs out there that hadn't really been released. And they found 28 recordings, but they put them in a new double album. It's going to be vinyl, and it's going to be released November 7th. They've released the first song from that.
The title song, The King is Back, features a hard-driving beat, toe-tapping electric and steel guitars, and lyrics maybe meant as a prophecy for what was and could have been if he had overcome his inner demons. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Dale Killingbeck is with us. Dale wrote the story of the day, the weekend. I love this story, Dale. And I don't know what made you think to catch up with Bridger Walker, but I'm glad you did. And it seemed...
Yeah.
What a date. This really dates me. When this incident happened, Bridger stepping between a vicious dog and his sister. Oh my goodness, he was only 6 years old. I remember like it was last week, Dale, and you do a follow up. You caught up with the whole story and Bridger, and was it really 2020 that long ago?
Yeah, time flies, right? So it was fun for me to keep, I was in Michigan when that all happened and I wasn't aware of the story. So catching up with, what's happened with this young man has been a lot of fun. And the idea came from actually our friend Bill Sniffen. So he's the one that suggested, checking in with Bridger. So it was he's definitely a young man worth following, I think. And he told me that he just wants to be a normal kid, but he's had a lot of abnormal experiences after saving his sister from that dog attack in 2020.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he still is uncomfortable with being called a superhero, but that superhero kind of stuff, his sister said he saved my life. She was only 4, he was 6 at the time. Bridger's now 11, and he guesses his classmates probably don't even know that he's a secret superhero. And once met Spider-Man, the Spider-Man, and I didn't know that Bo Jackson is a family friend. They call him Uncle Bo. That was a different twist. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, I guess he initially, when he heard the story, he contacted them, and then he came out to their house, and spent time with Bridger, brought some gifts, and then since then, he checks in with them, and he wants, like a monthly call with with family. And Bridger's dad told me that he called, recently saying, "Hey, you guys haven't called me lately," so he checked back in. But yeah, they stay in contact every so often. And he wants Bridger to call him Uncle Bo.
And the incident, I mean, this was even if you weren't in Wyoming yet, Dale, I can't believe you didn't hear of this. This story went international. It was huge. And Bridger, a 6-year-old to be attacked by a dog like this, stepping in to save his sister, that could really sour you on dogs for the rest of your life. You could have PTSD, nightmares about dogs. But he went out and got a dog. The family got him a dog.
No, actually, somebody through the World Boxing Council, he met somebody that he found a pit bull that had been used in Ukraine and that had suffered a grenade explosion.
Oh.
And so the person that bred those dogs got him a puppy that was given to him by an MMA or one of the fighters here in Nebraska. So that's where he got his dog. And so he has a pet dog that he's raised and he's trained. So yeah, his dad said he sleeps with him sometimes. So he's all about dogs. And they have two other dogs in their family, they said.
Tom Holland heard about this incident and gave him some Spider-Man swag and had a visit on set, and Captain America, Chris Evans also. So a lot of folks heard about this story and it just touched people. And Bridger's into this, he visited Thailand where they invented the kind of martial arts that he's into, this Thai discipline. What's he doing?
Yeah, he went to an island for a 3-week camp. I think that was last year or before. But yeah, it's a specific martial art related to the Thai people, and so it's special striking and hitting. That's what I saw when I looked it up.
Yeah,
so I'm not an expert on it, Jake, so I can't explain it much.
Maybe it's designed to subdue that angry canine, but man, Bridger, what 6-year-old Dale says this was shaping up as an incident where somebody was going to die. I would rather it be me than my little sister. What 6-year-old thinks like that?
Well, he told me that part of it was he was taking jujitsu, and so he said part of that he thinks was his muscle memory, to do that. So I don't know if they talked about that in jujitsu class, but it could have just been love for her sister. I'm thinking that was probably a big component of it too.
And what 6-year-old brother has love for his sister? Let take this even further. Usually they fight like cats and dogs, like brother and sister. But oh man, I just love everything about that story. Bridger, we catch up with a real life hero 5 years later. Great idea from Bill and a great outcome with the story, Dale. Great writing.
Thank you.
This story reminds me of a tree grows in Brooklyn, which I just reread not that long ago. There's a tree that grows in Casper, and it has much more significance than just a tree. What a great story.
Yeah, there's a woman that she lives in Georgia now, but she grew up in Casper, and she wanted to honor her mom who had Alzheimer's and died of that disease. And so her mom planted this tree in a subdivision in Casper long ago, nurtured the tree, talked about it. There was this big storm that came and basically took away all the branches, most of the branches and things on the tree, but her mom continued to nurse it despite people saying, oh, it's going to die and all this. And she kept nursing the tree. And now it's this huge, 40-foot tree that looms over a house here in subdivision in Casper. But she wanted to honor her mom with a children's book. And that was a theme in the book. And it's a very cool little story about, and it's a good story, for kids, to understand about the disease and about just love and honoring you.
Yeah, maybe kids who aren't ready for A Tree Grows in Brooklyn yet, you can start off with this story, Maxine's Joy. And yeah, Maxine must have been truly special to, after a big wicked storm, to look out the window and say, how's my tree doing? And go out there and try to make sure he got through the storm. That's pretty cool. Good story again.
Yeah, she grew up. Her daughter said that she grew up in like Oklahoma or in the Dust Bowl area, so I'm sure that, plants. Life itself probably meant a lot to her.
Yeah, okay. So I saw, a page of the kid's book that said when Maxine was a little girl, the endless wind blowing in, Oklahoma. And that's interesting. Yeah, it's a lot like the tree grows in Brooklyn. The tree becomes symbolic of somebody's deep-rooted whatever, fill in the blank. Great story about, Lena honoring her mom, Maxine, in a kid's book, and how the tree plays the star role, the tree in Casper. Evanston's happy to be able to get to incidents quicker. It's been a situation in the Evanston area where you're in Southwest Wyoming. If you have an incident, it can take a long time to get you life-saving care, cardiac or whatever it is. Now, Wyoming Life Flight helicopter based out of Evanston Regional Hospital will make that response time a lot quicker.
Yeah, I was told by the account executive for them that they're going to be able to get. He was saying that is it Uinta Mountains? Am I saying that right?
Uinta. I don't say the T. Uinta. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, he said there's people on Kings Mountain that tend to crash when they're playing up there and stuff, and it's a long time for EMS to get up there. And he said these guys will be able to get there in 15 minutes now. But anywhere 150 miles radius from the base in Evanston, they're going to be able to help people get to critical care or whatever they need, a lot faster.
Is this a private operation or is it funded by the hospital, part of the hospital? What is it?
It's a for-profit company that's made a deal with the hospital to have their base there. So they're all over the country. They have, I think it was 43 or something different sites they have across the country where they have helicopter and plane coverage. So this adds to their coverage. They have bases up in Idaho as well, and they have one other one in Casper. here in Casper, they have a helicopter and a plane. So they say sometimes they work in tandem, like the helicopter flies to a certain airport, the plane flies there, picks up the patient, and then takes them to Denver or Salt Lake City or something, wherever they have to go.
Well, unlike the hero Bridger who stepped in for his sister in the dog attack, we have hero Bobby who the end result not as positive. Bobby stepped in for his girlfriend incident in a mall in 2024 in Casper when I don't know what got it was like gang wannabe violence from teenagers in Casper. And we the one kid didn't like, he was disrespected in words in a park previously, so he went with the intention to gut this dude and shank him and stab him in a mall. It's just horrible. And now we find out this now 16-year-old is going to be looking at life in prison. Jareth Plunkett.
Yeah, this is the conclusion of part of the story about the death of Bobby Maher here in Casper, and his co-defendant is coming up. Will have his sentencing scheduled sometime in the near future. But yeah, Bobby's Jareth Plunkett was sentenced on Friday. He's going to spend life in prison, but because he's a juvenile, the DA told me that in 25 years, he's going to have some kind of chance at parole after that, if they allow him parole. But one thing the pre-sentence investigation said was that he didn't have much remorse about it. And it was interesting in court. I've been in a lot of sentencings. And when the judge asked him if he had anything to say, like there was another case where a kid here in town shot his girlfriend, and he was sentenced earlier this year. And he had something to say, to apologize. Well, Jareth Plunkett didn't have anything to say. He just said, "No, ma'am." And
yeah, does he just not understand the gravity of what he did? Like,
it's hard to understand. When you read the affidavit in the case, in the text messages, like you said, I want to gut this dude. Another time he tells Bobby's friend, do you want to pay his blood debt? So they're into this gangster, I don't know, mentality, rap mentality or whatever. That's what apparently he was into.
Yeah, where it's almost a disconnect from reality, where you live in this world where you live in a video game or something. You live with someone else's life. I mean, you're 16 years old and you aspire to be a gangster, and you talk like a gangster and you act like a gangster and you stab somebody. And guess what? Life in prison, or at least, 25 years, that's a heck of a long time for a 16-year-old. I'm surprised they charged him as an adult. That was a decision made pretty early on. And there is another person also wanted in that.
Right. Yeah. Both of them were charged as an adult. And I think it was, just the DA, Dennis, and, he said this thing shocked the community and the state. And he's exactly right. This story went around the world. That's another story that, I think in London, they reprinted our story, one of the papers there. So this was something that shocked so many people.
Yeah, I did see that in a London paper. All right. Well, good stories, Dale. Thanks for coming on. Have a great Monday.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Dale Killingback pops in and shares stories with us, including my favorite of the weekend. 5 years after saving his sister from dog attack, Bridger Walker just wants to be a normal boy, not a superhero, but that's who he is. His own sister will tell you that. She said, "He saved my life." She was 4. He was 6 when it happened in 2020. Dale Killingback caught up with the Walker family 5 years later, and the story never gets old. I love it. Take a quick break. We'll come right back here with somebody who's better at radio than I am. I know, it's hard to believe, right? Dennis Switzer will be with us after this. to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and I gotta say, I am not worthy. We are in the presence of greatness.
Oh, stop.
I'm serious.
Stop.
I mean, where do we start? Where do we end? 2024 Sportscaster of the Year, 2025 Hall of Fame broadcaster. Cynthia Lummis on her Facebook page said, congrats, Dennis. I mean, you're hanging out with some important people.
You know what it means? It means I'm old and I've hung around long enough.
No, I'm not buying that. Although you may catch him emptying the garbage there at KKTY because he does it all, and he has since he bought the joint. Dennis
Clean the
Switzer.
toilets, mow the lawn.
Dennis Switzer is on the show. I can't believe it. I am not worthy. Hey, and thanks for covering us, Jackson Hole Radio, but no thanks for your Douglas Bearcats tromping our Jackson Bronx, boy. Your kids looked good the other day.
You know what? I was proud of them Friday night. First game's always screwy, and
Yeah.
we've had Jackson for the first game for, gosh, I don't know, 4 or 5 years anyway. Here's what I see out of the Bronx this year. You guys have got some really good tools. And there's been a couple of years in the past where the cupboard's been kind of empty, but you got a second-year coach now who's got his feet on the ground. You got a quarterback that plays football. This kid moves the ball, and he's got a good arm. He sees the game well. You got a receiver you got a couple of receivers who are just always there, and you got a running back that's just greasy, who just cuts through everything. Jackson Bronx have the tools this year. Now, can they put it all together? Maybe. If you're a Bronx fan, you'd be cheering for the Bronx this year.
Yeah, a lot of team speed. We talked to you, Dennis. We talked about you earlier. Your ears are probably burning. I talked to quarterbacks coach for the Bronx, former UW quarterback Jacob Doss was on the show. And we were talking about the quarterback, Grant Johnson, and I said, people are slowly starting to recognize this kid's pretty good. And Dennis, I heard your call Friday, and somewhere in the second quarter, you're like, boy, this Johnson kid, he really sees the field. He can really spin it. And
is he the coach's son?
Yes, he is.
Okay,
yeah.
and that's always it's an odd dynamic when dad coaches his kid. But we often see that work really well at the high school level, where you've got a kid who's not just in his second or third year of football. I assume that he's probably in his 40th or 50th year, because you grow up with it. If your dad's a coach, you grow up around it.
Yeah, and sometimes a parent can coach up a kid in a hard way you need to do sometimes. You can't do that with a lot of kids today in high school sports. You can't be hard on an athlete because mom and dad will, it's tough. So sometimes only dad can tell you the things you need to hear as an athlete.
Now, I'm going to stretch on that just a little bit. In 30 plus years of sports, I've really seen, I've heard from a lot of coaches who have come and gone and said, the worst part of coaching is always the parents.
Yeah.
Kids are usually great. The parents, even if they're passive aggressive parents, if they're behind your back, if they're in your face, that can really be an ugly dynamic sometimes. So it's always interesting to see a coach and a quarterback and see how they work together as family.
Dennis, take us through your career in radio. Before you filled the shelves with all kinds of trophies, you had a humble beginning in Sheridan, where you were fired from your first job at KROE.
Hey, so Kim Love fired me. I got hired the spring of my junior year in high school. The girl that sat next to me in band worked at the radio station. I was in band. I was on speech team. She said, well, you can talk and you know music, so maybe you can do this. So I went out, I applied for the job. I got the job. And in those days, it was spinning 45s and back queuing albums, and commercials were all on tape cartridges that looked like 8 tracks. The technology has completely changed since then. But I spent the summer of my 16th, 17th year, 16, spinning records, playing Heart and playing Boston and playing Foreigner, and I got my feet on the ground with some really great music. Barry Manilow, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I didn't say that. And school started then my senior year, and I had to take a weekend off for band, and I had to take a weekend off for family vacation, and I worked weekends, and I came back and my name wasn't on the schedule, and I went up to Kim's office and I said, what? What? He said, you're not coming to work. Why should I pay you?
Whoa.
And so, see ya. And he was right. I said passive aggressive. I was passive aggressive to Kim for years after that. If you knew Kim Love, and we just lost him this spring, if you knew Kim Love, he was a man of strong opinions. His neck was a barometer. When he got mad, his neck started turning red, and it would go up and up, and then he would blow. Kim and I got off to a horrible start, and I'm so proud to say that at this end of life, at the other end of the story for both of us, he was a wonderful friend and he was a mentor, and I cared deeply for Kim. So, sometimes time does heal all. I did that when I was in high school. I graduated. I went to college for a year, moved back in with my folks when I was 20 and pointless, and got it. And this was in Newcastle. And got a job at the little AM in Newcastle at KASL, 7 to midnight, $500 a month, and all the 45s I could eat. And I did that for a couple of years, got married, moved back to Sheridan for a couple of years, 10 years in Gillette. And in 1995, we bought the worst radio stations in the state here at Douglas. I was a broke disc jockey with a dream, and they set me up with a sweat equity deal. And I bought my partners out after a couple of years, and we've been here for 30 years. And I'm living the dream. I'm absolutely living the dream.
You are KKTY. Now, the dream has often been a nightmare. Radio was supposed to have been killed a long time ago. TV was going to kill radio, and then the internet was going to get, and then Sirius and Clear Channel. But radio keeps on going. You had to be half out of your mind to buy a radio station in the mid-'90s. What did you see that others didn't?
Well, I don't know that I saw anything. I was a disc jockey and I wanted to work for myself. Radio is indeed the cockroach of media. You just can't kill it. And radio is unique if it's done right. You serve the community. You are a mirror to the community. You reflect what's going on. And I know in Jackson, you guys do that. You reflect a unique market, and you hold that mirror up to them. And we do that here in Douglas. And if you do that right, you become a piece and a part of the community, and in a way that's just unique from any other media. Newspaper. I mean, we look at all of the legacy medias. You couldn't pay me enough to own a television station, an over-the-air television station. This is a horrible business to be in. Newspapers are struggling so much, and we saw, was it 8 and 9 Wyoming newspapers closed their doors last month and a half ago. Company out of Illinois that owned them called the newspaper at Torrington, called the newspaper at Wheatland and said, lock the doors, go away, we're done. And the reaction to that, now for a quote unquote air quotes dying medium, the local communities said, wait, you can't kill our newspaper. And Rob Hicks up at Buffalo, who owns the Buffalo newspaper, made a deal, bought them, brought them back to life. The Lusk Herald is the oldest weekly newspaper in the state. And they locked the doors. And the community said, no, wait, we want our newspaper. Legacy media has its place. And for those of us who serve our local markets well, we become the heartbeats. Well, regardless of what the media is, we become the heartbeats of the markets that we serve.
Yeah, and I think radio found that out. Like, similar to newspaper, the way radio is going to survive and have survived is by being hyper local. You know, there was a time when radio wanted you wanted to put on some canned morning show from the East Coast, and you wanted to do all this syndicate stuff. And I think radio is finding out. Is that true at KKTY, Dennis? That you got to bring the local football team. You got to do Lost Dogs, like that stuff people care about.
We do Lost Dogs. We do obituaries in the news because Douglas is 6,500 people. We're a small town and we all know each other. To your question, yes and no. Like I said, I started off spinning 45s, and then automation systems came in, and they were the big reel-to-reel automation systems. Yeah. We run 3 radio stations on 6 signals in Douglas and Casper. Our programming all comes off the satellite. I do 2 hours live in the morning. Everything else is not canned, but it's a tool. Mm-hmm. And like any tool, you know, if I give you a chainsaw, you can cut down a tree, you can trim a tree, you can take that chainsaw and do tree trunk art. You can carve a bear out of the tree trunk, or you can cut your leg off.
Yeah.
It's a tool, and so you learn how to use the tools. Local is king, but local can also be pointless if you're talking about local stuff that nobody cares about. And I worked for some really bad local radio stations, little local radio stations early in my career. Rather than local, I'm going to say relevant. I was not a fan of Rush Limbaugh. I didn't like Rush. Rush annoyed me, but Rush was relevant for a large audience, and he was a national product. Paul Harvey back in the day wasn't local at all,
Yeah.
but he was relevant because he was a good storyteller. So local is so important, but you also have to be relevant with that. I would put relevant a step above local even.
Good point. We're talking to Dennis Switzer, 2024 Sportscaster of the Year. Although, if you told him that 30 years ago, that might have been surprising. You were like a sports genius when you first started calling games, right?
I was no. No. You're baiting me here. You are baiting because you know the story here. So the closest I was traditionally the last kid picked in gym. I couldn't catch a ball, throw a ball, dodge a ball, dribble a ball. I had zero. The closest I ever got to a ball game was marching band. I had zero sports skills, and so to make a living doing sports, it was self-defense. I did a little bit of sports in Newcastle because it was just fun. But then when we bought the stations 30 years ago, people said, well, you're going to do ball games, aren't you? And I said, oh, yeah, okay. We had a headphone. We had headphones and a sports kit. And so I went and did them badly. I was probably 5 or 6 years into calling football before I felt like I knew what happened on the field. But I was, yeah, people were happy because they got the final score. And that was kind of the marker. And the Douglas community was graceful enough to let me do on-the-job training for really a lot of years to figure out sort of what I was doing. I have gotten better at it over the years. I'm kind of proud of that. There was a marker several years ago. Ed Sheridan was a middle school teacher here, and he was also a middle school coach. And he came up to me at a high school basketball game one night, and he said, I want you to say hi to, and he gave me the lady's name. She's the point guard's grandma, and she listens to every game, and she's 86 years old, and she's blind. And I thought, I said hi to her after the game, I thought, you know what? That's my calling and purpose in life. I am describing this ball game for an 86-year-old blind grandma who can't see the game, who doesn't understand what a 5-man front is in football. She just wants to hear her kid's name. And so, number one, I need to say the kid's name, but I also need to describe the game in a way that a non-athlete, that somebody's grandma, can listen to the ball game and say, that was fun. It was so exciting. That's my sports cue right there.
Yeah. That's interesting you say that, Dennis, because that's what I get from your sports broadcast is, they say the best broadcasters are those who envision of just a point-to-point communication. You're not thinking about a huge audience. You're thinking about one person. And when you do a game, I feel that. You're thinking about one elderly blind woman who doesn't necessarily know football like a lot of people, and you bring that game to her. I feel that when you're calling a game. That is Dennis Switzer.
It's not what I envisioned for myself when I grew up, but it's been that's part of the sweetness of this job, and part of the sweetness of sitting here at 45 years of broadcasting and 30 years in Douglas. I'm fully into a second generation of family. The kids that were playing football, playing basketball when we came down here to Douglas in 1995, those kids, I'm calling their kids now because their kids are in high school.
Yeah.
And I love the sweetness of small town. I spent most of my 20s trying to get out of Gillette, trying to get out of Wyoming, and I want to move to Rapid City so I can go to Sioux Falls, so that I can go to Minneapolis. So, we want to move up in the markets. And thank God I didn't, honest to goodness, because there's just nothing sweeter than sharing life in a small town with people that you know and you love and you care about. And now those kids are playing ball, and their parents are listening, their grandparents are listening, but like they have for 30 years.
Yeah.
I have woke up this community. I do 2 hours live, Monday through Friday, 7 to 9. And we've been waking up together forever. And there's such a sweetness to being a piece of a community.
That's voice of KKTY Douglas, the owner of KKTY Douglas. And yeah, there's too much turnover in the industry, too much turnover in Wyoming. And to be able to turn on, push a button and hear a familiar voice, that I can't overstate that enough. The 2025 Hall of Fame broadcaster, Dennis Switzer. What's the future? There's no reason to hang it up. But now that you got this Hall of Fame thing, you still got to show up to work every day. What's the future, Dennis? You're going to keep doing this?
I've always joked that I'm going to die in the headphones.
Yeah.
My last note will be paid off in the next 12 months. The house is paid off. The building, the real estate that the station's in is paid off. I owe Converse County Bank one more debt, and we're going to get that paid off, and I'll be debt free. I'm 65. I just got my Medicare card. I still love doing what I'm doing. I still love being a part of the community, and I get tired of being at work at 7 o'clock in the morning every morning. I whine about that, but and we go on cruises. We like to go on a cruise a couple of times a year. We're going to be in the Bahamas here in a couple of weeks in the middle of football season.
Nice.
We usually do it in the spring, but we like to get away. We like to do a little bit of vacation, and the technology has changed enough now that if I have internet, I can do the deal. I can get out and I can go. My leash is a lot longer. So we like to go and do that, but I can't imagine not having something to do every day. I mean, if I retired, I'd have to find something else to do, because I'm not a sit on the porch kind of guy. I would like to sleep in a little more often, but I love doing this, and it's what I'm built for. And I don't have to do this. I get to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something to do isn't just something to do. This is what you were made for. This is what you were born for.
Yep.
Hall of Fame broadcaster Dennis Switzer Douglas. Yeah, keep it up. Keep doing it. You are the GOAT, man. You are what I aspire to be, like half of what you are. Thank you, Dennis.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jake.
Have a great day. Great Monday. Dennis Switzer from Douglas, KKTY, voice of the Bearcats and the voice of a community in Douglas. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake Dennis Switzer on greatest of all time. 2025 Hall of Fame broadcaster, owner of KKTY since the mid-90s. He's been a mainstay in Douglas. So great to have him on. Jacob Doss was on earlier. Rob Wallace, McCadry. Had a lot of great guests today. Been a fun morning, and we're just about out of time, but not quite yet. Let's take a look through history. Travel with me through memory lane. This day, September 8th, 1776. That takes you back, doesn't it? The term United States was used for the first time or adopted officially by the Second Continental Congress to be used instead of, do you know, prior to the USA being referred to as the United States of America, we were originally the UCA, the United Colonies. 1776, it was this day that we declared ourselves the United States, adopted by the Second Continental Congress. 1833, this day, Eliza Boyd was born. She was the first woman in America to be selected to serve on a jury. It happened in Wyoming. Always first with women, right? The equality state. It was Eliza Boyd's birthday today in 1833. On this day, could Eliza ever have imagined a time when she could serve on a jury, when she could vote? Being born in 1833? Probably not, but in her lifetime, she would experience both of those things in Wyoming, the right to vote and serving on a jury. 1845, this day, the arrival of the potato blight in Ireland is reported in the Dublin Evening Post. That was a world-altering event, the beginning of the potato famine. The potato blight in Ireland caused a great Irish immigration to the U.S. This day, 1845. Territories of New Mexico and Utah were created on this day in 1850. The territories, not the states, but the territories of New Mexico and Utah. This day in 1876, the second day of the Battle of Slim Butte, South Dakota. This was between the 3rd Cavalry and the Sioux Nation, Sioux and Cheyenne, actually, under Crazy Horse. It was the second day, this day, of the Battle of Slim Butte, South Dakota, 1876. This day in 1885, additional U.S. troops would arrive in Rock Springs after the massacre, the Chinese massacre at the hands of local miners. They would escort Chinese workers against their desires back to Rock Springs. U.S. troops, this day, 1885. This day in 1886, construction commenced on the Wyoming State Capitol, although the cornerstone would not be laid until the following year. September 8th, 1920, Cheyenne's Airport saw its first airmail flight. And as documented and explained by Dale Killingbeck, the 1920s and 30s were the heyday of air travel, commercial air mail delivery in Wyoming. Similar to the way they still get around in Alaska with bush pilots. In the 20s and 30s in gigantic Wyoming, the way to get mail around the easiest was to hire these crazy ace pilots and have them fly like the mail from community to community. It was dangerous work. This day in 1925, Sheridan area rancher Oliver Wallop became Earl of Portsmouth. Upon the death of his brother, Wallop was English-born and a member of titled class. The Wallop family was part of a significant English ranching community centered in the Sheridan area. 1945, this day, the term computer bug was first use of the word by Grace Hopper while she was on active Navy duty, 1945. The operators, it was found in the Mark II Aiken relay calculator, Harvard University. The operators affixed to the moth. I'm getting confused by this guy's writing. It was the first actual case of the term bug being used when it referred to a snafu with a computer, and thus requiring the term debugged, as members of the Navy had to debug a computer for the first time. It was the first time a computer bug and debugging was ever used by Lieutenant Grace Murray Hopper of the U.S. Navy in 1945. This day, 1951, FCC filings completed for the first public television station at the University of Wyoming. September 8th, 1978, Yellowstone National Park designated a United Nations World Heritage Site. And on this day, 1984, if you were living anywhere around the Gillette area, you probably felt some shaking. It was a 5.1 earthquake. Occurred just 21 miles outside of Gillette, Wyoming on this day in 1984. It's time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. Will?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen, fresh off a trip from the Lewiston Roundup in Lewiston, Idaho. 91 years that tradition has been going on. Big rodeo, one of the majors that happened over the weekend, and the results were impressive. And some familiar names on top of the leaderboard. We'll have that leaderboard coming up next on the Roadshow. Stay close.
Ranchers, will you help 11-year-old Cowboy Grant Heaton find a cure for Duchenne muscular dystrophy? DMD is a rare genetic disease in juvenile boys that destroys all muscle. Grant's dad, Paul Heaton.
There's no cure, really anything we can do to stop it. So the only other way we could fight was for a cure.
Consign all or a portion of your cattle sales to the Calves to Cure DMD All-Class Cattle Auction on September 18th at Billings Livestock Commission. Consigners will be entered to win a 6.5 Creedmoor. It's the Calves to Cure DMD sale September 18th at BLS.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge Granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
The bareback riding was won by Helena, Montana's Sam Peterson. He sets an arena record and shatters it by 3 points. In the bareback riding, he was 91 points. In the steer wrestling, Missouri's Mason Couch wins the big check. Team ropers, the world champs, Caleb Driggers from Georgia, Junior Nogueira from Brazil win it. Lefty Holman from California electrified a Friday night crowd, riding Sankey's Irv's Legacy to 89.5 points. He wins Lewiston. Reigning world champion Riley Webb of Texas, the tie-down roping champion. He's won 2 world titles. He's number 1 in the world right now. In the breakaway roping, Harley Medjid from Montana and Haley Williams from Texas wins the breakaway roping event. Haley Gibson Stillwell, she's in the top 10 in the world in the barrel race. She remains there with a big win in Lewiston for her as we get to the home stretch of the regular season. Hayden Welsh, this next generation of the Welsh bull riding family from Gillette, Wyoming, 90 points to win the bull riding event at the Lewiston Roundup. Pendleton is on the horizon. We'll keep you up to date on that on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, and one late-breaking rodeo news. Tough luck for Stetson Wright, 8-time world champion. It was suffered I saw the ride. Bronc rider Stetson came off awkwardly off this bronc and fell on his back, and he broke 5 ribs, punctured a lung. I thought originally all he had was perhaps a collarbone injury, but he really got busted up. He's going to be out at least 8 weeks. They're saying 6 to 8, which in rodeo, like you can just subtract half that usually. If they tell you in rodeo that you're not going to be riding a horse again for 8 weeks, it's probably 4 weeks because, rodeo guy, that cowboy up. But he's probably looking at 6 to 8 weeks. Broken ribs, 5 broken ribs on the left side, punctured lung, and it was a nasty spill for Stetson Wright, 8-time champ. He's qualified for the NFR every year in the last 8 years except for 2019. And that's going to be in jeopardy because that injury is going to keep him out of action and keep him out of rodeos. That's going to be tough to come back from that. Well, that'll do it for us on this Monday Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for spending your Monday with us. We'll do it again tomorrow, same time. Have a great day. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.